Hi, everybody. I hope you can hear me just fine. I hope. Hope everything's working great. Let me just check this. Okay. I was just checking a few things, making sure am I loud enough? Can everybody hear me good? Hi, Carrie Stanberry. Hi, Laura. Hi. Hi. Nice to see both of you. Ladybugs. Hi, honey. Nice to see you. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. This is an exciting night. Very, very exciting. We are going to have a panel tonight. Yay, Nikki. Yay, Dee Dee. We've come so far. And I could say maybe I'm a little bit of a slow student, but I'm getting it. Oh my gosh, Claudia. Hi, honey. Oh, thank you guys so much. Yeah, I'm super excited. I hope I'm not overexcited and mess it up because I'm overexcited. Oh, Sherry, Cameron, 13, well, 7, is it 1713? Excuse me, sweetie. Nice to see you, honey. Mel, nice to see you. Oh, hi. Liam, hi. Lamb, let's see. Liam Blinsky 9009. Hi, good evening to you too. Oh, and if I ever get anybody's name wrong, please correct me. Please, please. And I'll fix it. It's a respect thing for me. I want to say your name correctly. Hey, criminal couple, Trav. Hi, honey. Oh, hi. Hi, Adam. Oh, thank you for being here. Oh, Wendy Wilson, thank you, honey, for being here. The Lost Coyote. What a great name. Wow. That is a really great name. I love that name. Well, welcome everybody to Sunday night, Nikki's Unjust Stories panel night. Yay! Zoopy. Hi, Zoopy. Oh, thank you. Oh, I love it, Zoopy. Thank you for saying that. Yes, correct. Oh, I just love to see you guys in here. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, so I guess we'll just get it started. Oh boy, it's Lena. Lena, you're a doll. Thank you so much for everything, Lena. Thank you. Thank you. Like, you know what you did. And it's so appreciative. I'm so appreciated. So appreciate you. Excuse me. Robbie, hi, honey. And if I get tongue twisted, you guys, it's just because I have a little bit of I had a TBI at 33, so I still get sometimes that I know what I want to say, and sometimes it just doesn't come out that way. But I'm getting a lot better, and I've gotten a lot better over the years. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you very much. I just love that. I love this family. I love this community. Can I say that a couple more times? I had to call in this morning because I didn't want to be somebody that, I don't keep my word. And I did all my prayers and I covered, I think, everyone. Carrie Watkins, hi, honey. And, I think I covered every Gretchen. And I just, it took me a long time. So I think probably God was I hopefully did not falling asleep on me because my prayers were a little long. But I just couldn't not pray for every single person that has touched my life doing this and being around this. And you're just good people. And I just want you guys to know that. And if you don't hear it enough, you come my way. I'll tell you. I have no problem in that area. Wendy Wilson, hi, sweetie. Oh, Jenny Lee, hi, honey. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. I don't think I looked too great earlier on JLR. I think I just kind of threw myself together, basically. But thank you. At least the girl is showered and, and I got myself together a little bit for you guys. Oh, shoot. The first thing I want to do or talk about is I have to give a shout out to the interview room, Chris McDonough, for saying one of our quotes from last night on our live. I was so happy to hear it. I had to listen a couple times to make sure I was hearing it all correctly. But it was exactly what we had said on the show last night, word for word, pretty much. And I thought that was beautiful. And I took it as a compliment, and a compliment to all of you in the chat. He said the greatest exercise we will ever do is to lift someone up. Familiar? Doesn't it sound familiar from last night? We talked about so much, and yes, it does. He does rock Lost Coyote, and that's why I had to bring it up. You know what I mean? Because anything that I say about, when I say streamers or anything, it's about the job. It's never about the person, ever. Because I've been watching them for a good long time, and boy, I love the information that the interview room puts out, and I love the people that are on it. And I'm a huge Maureen fan. I think she probably was one of the best FBI females that they probably ever had. I just assume that. It's a guess. But I just love her character. Thank you for using the quote. Thank you. And I'm sure everybody in this chat thanks you too, because that was big time. You know, and appreciate that so much. And it probably is one of the greatest things that you'll ever do in your life. The greatest exercise you'll ever do in your life is to lift someone up in both ways, spiritually, motivating, personally, and physically. It works in all realms. And you guys are so fun. Hi everybody. Diana, thank you for coming, honey. Thank you. Oh, yes, the inner room. He also set the record straight. Oh, awesome. I think that's so awesome. Because, yeah, I just think it's great. We work so good together. So first things first. Now, I don't see Skavorsky in here. I'm a little worried. Kim, hi, honey. I'm a little worried because we got into all the music talk and all that stuff last night. And I wanted to also make sure when I say something, I follow through. I have to do that. So here's the Babyface CD from Thanksgiving. And it's probably darn hard to see. So when I said I worked with his uncle, I worked with his uncle, and he was very nice to me and my husband. And so you can see it up close and personal. There it is. And he writes to our kids too on there. And it says the Gates family, Babyface. And so that was that Thanksgiving that me and my husband were invited over to see him. And then here's all the fellas. His cousins and his brother, Babyfaces, and there's their autographs. I told you it was a special Thanksgiving, but I always, if I say something, I want to show what I'm talking about. So thank you guys for humoring me, and I hope Skavorsky gets to see that. So. But I had to do that to make sure that you guys knew I'm always on the up and up, and I try very hard to do that. So we're going to do a couple stories tonight. I also want to give a shout out to a relative. That's kind of what took me a little longer tonight. No blame on anything or anybody, but I had to get myself together a little bit. You know, I have a loved one that was just taken to the hospital and in the hospital in Las Vegas. And I needed to speak to them. And I love you very much. I know she watches. I love you very much. I know you're probably not watching, but you're going to be okay. You're a tough cookie. And you're going to be good. And I know it. And I just wanted to say that. I don't want to sit on it very long because she wouldn't like that either. She's not like that. And so let's get into our first story this evening. Okay. I'm a dog mom. Hi, Just Jilly. Hi, honey. Indy Moon. Lisa Joyce. Laura. Gary Stanbury. Oh, hi, Marv. Marva Graham. Hi, honey. Marva Graham 550. Hi, MSSTV. Hi, sweetheart. So glad to see all of you. Okay, so I'm going to put my head down for just a few seconds, and we're going to get into our first one before we're going to go through this. Happy Father's Day to everyone. Yes. Carrie, thank you. I've said it a lot today, but I just wanted to make sure. And for those of you that are like me, we don't have a lot of guys in our lives that we can say that to anymore. But we still say it to everybody else because we know it's a special day for them and their children or their fur babies, whatever you want, whatever you have that you're responsible for, you know. Oh, thank you, Laura. Thank you so much. Yes, she's going to come out okay. She has to. So this first story is really interesting. The last story is going to be, it's going to take us right into our panel, and everybody's just I'm going to have a bunch of questions, and it's going to be very interesting. But the first story is about a woman that was 8.5 months pregnant. The Missouri Attorney General's office was close to charging a Brian Westfall in a 2005 case. Prime person of interest in the disappearance of Amanda Jones is her name, that was 8.5 months pregnant. Who has the last time anyone had seen was 16 years ago. She had supposedly passed away or unalived a week prior to the investigation picking up momentum. Brian Westfall, the accused, who Jones believed was the father of her baby, was the last person to see Jones alive in August 14th of 2005. Limited searches. Westfall police never, ever had enough evidence to charge him. Missouri Cold Case Unit in recent months, police have said to Jones's parents that Westfall had a stroke and was not expected to survive. And that ended this case to make it cold case because they never, ever got to prosecute the person. The unjust part for this, for us, is this woman would have had a baby, and who knows what the baby would have been. Who knows how wonderful the baby would have been to our society and to our world. And who knows what Amanda Jones wouldn't have brought into the world after she had children. But we never got the chance to realize that or see it in the world ourselves. Because this particular person did not give us the chance. There was DNA evidence, but DNA evidence coming from a father of your baby is not unusual. So they had to go and try to find more evidence and do more investigating. But at the end of this, the Jones family is left with still uncertainty and unanswered questions. The question in their mind is he guilty of this? And now those people need to live with that for the rest of their remaining life. And I think that is very unjust to lose a daughter, a niece, a granddaughter, or anyone without having a reasonable story, a reasonable answer, a reasonable anything. Just to come up missing and then a body turn up and there's no evidence to concretely prove it. It's sad. It's sad all the way around. And just a moment of silence for this young lady and for the baby, please. Thank you guys so much. The next story. Let me just check really quick before I go on to the next story. It's truly sad. Yes. Just to disappear like that, then turn up a week later and everybody's really looking for you and you're there, but there's no answers. There's no story. There's no anything. And you and the baby are gone. Yeah, that's a tough, really tough one. You know, a lot of crime happening nowadays. Absolutely. But the point of it, I think if we become more aware of our surroundings, there's stuff you can't help. I understand that. But I think, like they were even talking at one point, they were questioning if doors were locked over at Nancy's house. And I thought to myself, doors locked? I said, my goodness, if she checks the doors as many times as I do before I go to sleep, I was like, yeah, in that kind of area, I understand that you're so comfortable. But you said there's so much crime and you have to know your surroundings and you have to be aware. And in your house, in your home, a place where you lay your head, a place where you laugh, have fun with your family, interact, share memories, have memories, and make memories, that should be well protected. That's your sacred area. You should try to do the best you can at protecting it. And that means if you're single by yourself or anything else, and I'm quite sure you guys are all very smart. I always say this. I think you put things in certain places. You make things handy for yourself. You make weapons handy. You make things of that you can utilize to protect yourself and to protect your home. You know, so I think about things like that because, you know, of me being home most of the time by myself or with my animals, but you know, and so those things are just to me like, yeah, you don't only lock your door, but you want to make sure that these are your surroundings and you're comfortable and you know where everything is. Yes, in Philly. And Philly, oh, you know, that's one of my son's favorite places. He loves Philadelphia. He loves the East Coast. This kid loves, for a kid that's from the west side of the United States, it's hilarious because he loves it. He feels that he just fits in so perfect. Oh, I'm so sorry, Marva. So sorry about that. Yeah, I can imagine that. Boy, you are a strong individual. See, MSS TV, not too, you're pretty smart. And you'd have to do those things. You just have to have things that protect you, you know. Oh, baby bear, hi, honey. According to, she left the door open. Yeah, I mean, I'm 57, so I remember when we left our doors unlocked. I remember all of that. You know, it's just a different time. We've lived in a different time, and I think I've even had to have, you know, conversations with my mom, and she's well aware of it. She's no dummy, you know, and I've had to have talks with her about, you know, just the things that we have to do to make sure that we're okay or, you know, we have half a chance, you know. Oh, oh, wow. Wow, I hope to get to be that. Wow, I would love MSS TV. I would love to be 76. I would love to make it to 76. I would love that to be a goal. Brenda, hi, sweetie. Hi, honey. Nice to see you in here. Oh, just so glad to see all of you. So I'm going to get to our second story. And then we have one more after that. And then we'll go into our panel and we'll start figuring all this good stuff out. Oh, Roxanne, thank you so much. That is so sweet. God bless you too. Thank you. Thank you. I will make it to 76. Oh, I would love it. I would love it. I would love it. I would love it. And just give me a little longevity for my family. I'd love that. If you guys see a light down here, it's just to follow my words so I'm a little more clear, because I think I sit it in the shade or the dark a little too much. So I can't read it as well, my notes. So there was a gentleman. His name was Michael. He was left in his Belchertown home to go to the NASCAR race in London, New Hampshire, and hasn't been heard from since. Mickey, they called him, was reported missing on June 25th of 2010. 2 days later, the 54-year-old watched and found a watch and a cell phone of this gentleman. They were located near the New Hampshire racetrack, but his truck and his motorcycle remained parked in his home. Wonder how he got there. Police searched for Mickey, both in Belchertown, New Hampshire, and at the racetrack. But no traces of him were found. In days, weeks, months, and years later that followed, members of his family and people in his life put out lawn signs across Belchertown and asked for help to bring Mickey home safe. His family believes the secret to finding out what happened to Mickey is right under everyone's noses, but no one has paid for Mickey's crime. And this continues to happen to this day. There has still been no one that has been discovered as a suspect for this gentleman's unaliving or disappearance. Michael Mickey Braham, gosh bless you, and God bless you. And just a moment of silence for him. He loved the races. He was a race track fan. It wasn't something unusual that he did. But everything was still in his home. They just couldn't find him, and they knew they had seen him at the track. And they found and located his watch and also his phone. So, but not him. So in this disappearance, crazy things can happen. I always refer to it, the gal that came back after 22 years. It can happen, you know, and I hope for the family's sake that Mickey comes home, or they have some type of closure and answers for the family. And I just want to do a moment of silence before I get into this big story. Thank you. Thanks, you guys. I'll quickly read before I go to the next one. Remember this story told and heard. Yeah, it just, how do you do that, ladybugs? How do you just, you have some of your stuff in this area, but all your vehicles are not there, and very, very, very interesting. Very interesting case. Very interesting. And that's New Hampshire. If anybody wants to go check that out. Oh, Trisha. Hi, honey. Candy. Hi. Oh, so glad to see you join. Victoria. There's the Burgess. Hi, honey. How you doing? So this next one. Hi, Chris. This next one is there's some similarities into some of the stuff that we've been discussing over, you know, I do that. I try to find a case that has a coinky dink or something similar about it. And I want to also say that I think what's so wonderful about this is the story I'm getting ready to tell you is one of the stories that has been recently solved in Oregon. There was 3 recently, and this happens to be one of those stories that was recently solved, but took, you'll see, a minute to solve it. Candy, I have not seen it yet, but I was. Oh, good. Well, I'm glad, and you check it out when you get time too. And I was about I think about 2.5, 2 hours and something tonight. That's why I kind of moved things a little bit, because I wanted to make sure that anybody that was seeing that got to see it. Hi, Lexi. Hi, honey. So, here we go. On September 23rd of 1992, Miss Wasson, a beloved local widow known as the Avon Lady, mother, grandmother, very kind and loving to everyone that she crossed paths with. She was found stabbed and strangled in her Hillsboro, Oregon home. Investigators collected physical evidence. They tried to tie it to Miss Watson. They weren't sure if this evidence was going to be able to provide what they needed to find the subject at hand and the person that they wanted to pay for this. The long-awaited closure and answers to Miss Watson's family after 30 years. 30 years. Oh, there was a huge breakthrough. In 2023, by Megan Townsend of Hillsboro Detective reopened this case. She wanted to take swabs from Mrs. Watson's dress, and she wanted to send them out to the Oregon State Police, where they have one of the best forensic labs here in the state of Oregon. Yielded male DNA match to Caesar Barone. At least the truth remained so the family could get closure. Thank you, Detective Megan Townsend. After 30 years of not knowing for this family, you went the extra mile and you opened this case back up. The 82-year-old Hillsboro, Oregon woman, the unsolved case of 1992, unaliving of Miss Watson in her Hillsboro home, was finally resolved in 2026 after Hillsboro Police and Oregon State Police used advanced forensic DNA testing and the testing of the physical evidence that linked to this serial killer, Caesar Barone, to her murder and her unaliving. Barone was already serving a death sentence for time. This perpetrator was a serial killer who preyed primarily on elderly women who lived alone in the Hillsboro area. He was convicted of 4 other murders in 1995 and sentenced to death, but later died in prison in 2009. Before he could be directly associated with the case and tried for the case. But because of the DNA evidence, they were able to go to the Watson family and be able to explain a lot of what had happened 30 years prior. and they were able to give them peace and justice and injustice in whichever way you want to form it, because the person didn't actually do the time for her, but they found that he did do it. Proof of DNA evidence. And thank you, Oregon State. Thank you, Oregon State Labs, for that. And thank you for the other cases, too, that I will be telling in the future. But this lady was a widow. She was 82. She wasn't 84, but she was 82. And a lot of people liked her. She was known as the Avon woman. And that's just like, I can just picture her, and I saw pictures, and it's just absolutely astonishing to me in such good ways that this detective took it upon herself to open these cases and start looking through them. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Thank you. It's wonderful. And I definitely want to say a moment of silence for this wonderful woman, the Avon lady, to everyone, and hope that the family is feeling some kind of relief in some form or another. But God love these detectives for going the extra mile, doing their job and beyond to find the results of some of these old cases. And I'm proud to be an Oregon resident and an Oregon native. And I'm proud of them for finding 3 different unsolved cases, and we're able to solve them in just 2026, and we're only halfway in it. So that gives me hope, that we don't have enough people to do it out there in LE, but maybe we can just hope and pray that some of these, they fall off of that list and they're able as families to heal. Hi, Shivy, honey. Hi, sweetheart Nicole. Skorsky. Did you see what's behind me, honey? Oh, Jimmy's in the dark a little bit, but you see the Jimi Hendrix? I had to do it for you, honey. And I'm just so, when I saw these cases and I was reading about them, I just, definitely tears came to my eyes, because you guys know I'm a sap. But, wow. I just thought, good job. Megan Townsend, great detective work. You made so many people happy. I'm not in the family, but I'm happy for the family. And I'm happy for everybody. I'm happy for anybody that knew that woman. Lexi, I'm doing great, honey. I'm hanging in there best I can, but I'm doing great. So I want to tell you guys, I have quite a few questions. I've been working hard, but I have some great questions for the panel. Some great things to talk about with you guys. I'm so excited about this. Thank you for your patience through the stories. They were a little hard for me because I was getting through them, but I knew the last one just was so important, because they were all so important. But that last one, because I try to put something we've been worrying about, and we've all focused on it. We've all come together because of it, thank goodness. So let's do it. So let me bring in my buddy Dee. Oh, you don't want to come in, Dee? You're just going to help me with this? Okay, so we're going to put out the link. I'm bringing her in, you guys. I'm bringing her in. Okay, Dee. Hi, Dee.
Hi. Sorry, I haven't finished my hair or makeup or anything.
Oh, that is fine. You are fine. You are lovely all the time, I'm sure. I brought you in for a second. So now, do we just post it in the link, my darling? Oh, there it is. You are
I just posted it.
There's the link.
Step right up. Step right up.
Step right up. Okay. Do you want me to keep you right on here, or do you want me to put you backstage, sweetheart? You tell me.
I can remove myself.
Okay. I figured you could. Yeah, you guys step right on up. Anybody, come on, join me. You have a family in Hillsboro? Hillsboro's a suburb. I've spent many, many times in Hillsboro, Oregon. Forest Grove's right there. Oh, we've got somebody. We've got a victim. Okay, so I go on here and I just, oh, hi. Hi, Ghost. Can you see me?
Hi.
Oh my gosh. You're my first person ever except for Diana. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. Happy Sunday to you, sweetheart.
It's quite the quiet Sunday here.
That's okay. You like those, don't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I like both. When I have a little too much quiet, I like a little noise, so it's okay with me.
Well,
Nice to see you.
I say that because I live in a college town with 500,000 college students,
Woo!
and it can get kind of rowdy. So I have a quiet 4 months.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
When they go home. Yep.
Yeah.
When school's out, college is out, boop, and you get to go home back with your parents for a while. Yeah,
Yep.
then you get the solace, you get the calm. That's cool. There's a lot of people saying hi to you. Can you see the chat too, Ghost?
I don't.
Do
I
you
had.
see it?
Let me check. Let me see that. I
Okay.
had to end the YouTube side
Oh,
because it was having sound issues.
I was.
No, you're fine. It's on
Oh,
my
okay, honey. Thank you, because this is our first. So anything you feel that you need to tell me,
Okay, I think you're pretty much fine on your side. It was just my side.
Oh, okay. And YouTube's been having some weird little things going on too. I've been hearing it. I've been hearing other streamers talking about it.
Yeah.
There's Ghost Waving. Oh, Carrie Stanbear, I love you so much. It's a great friend. So, you want me to ask you the deep questions? You want to be my first one?
Questions. Go on.
So, let me ask you this. You've been watching this? You've been watching the Nancy case, honey?
Oh yeah, I've been watching it already.
So about how long have you been watching it?
Since day one.
Okay. Do you think Nancy's still by her home?
Do I think
This
Nancy's
is just your opinion. These are all opinions. It's personal opinions. This is for entertainment and some historical things, but this is just opinions.
I don't think so.
Everyone.
I really don't think she's around her home.
Okay. What makes you think that, Ghost? What gives you that impression that she might not be there?
I mean, there's been a lot of searching.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's above searching. The helicopters checking things out, and here she has a pacemaker. Nothing was detected. I feel like if she's I believe she's may not even be in the state. I mean, yeah.
How so? Just without you having to, be grotesque or anything like that, but how do you think that they were able to take her out of the state without a lot of notoriety or being noticed?
Well, I think I'm pretty sure that from day one, it came across me that there's gotta been more than one person involved.
Yeah.
Picked up on that fact.
I have that opinion myself. That there was more people involved than just.
I don't believe the family's involved.
Okay.
I don't believe Sheriff Nanos is involved either.
Okay.
Um,
What makes you think the family isn't involved? Just curiosity. Like, do you think that because
I came upon Savannah Guthrie's an attorney.
Yes,
and she's filthy rich, and I feel I came upon maybe that she came across a white collar case that was connected to an international organization or something.
Mm.
But on a post I made on X on the 25th of April, I put out there, is there something that we are not looking at?
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking, it came across me, there is a huge homeless problem in Tucson. I mean, I realized that in early April, but then on the 25th of April, I made that post. And I was thinking, that's been in the back of my mind, a homeless problem. But today, Chris had this 2-hour YouTube thing.
I haven't got to see it all, but I can't wait to see it all.
And he mentioned the homeless and the camps, which he's very smart, very smart.
I agree.
Well thought. He put his information together, and but I feel that I don't think the family's involved.
Okay.
There might be one.
Can I ask you this?
One family member might know something.
Okay. Can I ask you this question, Ghost? So let me ask you. So what do you believe about the percentages of last one to see him, first one to be there? Do you believe in that 90% statistics about the last one that saw the person and sometimes the first person that goes into the scene? Do you believe that? Because it is a statistic.
I question the timeline. I question the timeline.
I like that because I've had some questions about it myself, honey.
I mean, I don't think the family has anything to do with the death.
Okay.
I don't think she's alive, to be honest.
Okay.
If she is, I'm happy.
Look who's in here with us, Ghost. Look who just entered. Look who just came in with us.
Hey, guys. Just wanted to show you some love, Nikki. Hey, Ghost. Haven't met you before, but nice to meet you.
Oh, nice to meet you.
You are showing me an enormous amount. Man.
But you guys go ahead. I'm listening to you guys.
Okay. And so you go ahead, Ghost. Finish what you were saying, please, about you were thinking that maybe one family member. I asked you about the 90%. What did you think about that?
I'm not going to mention who the family member is.
You don't have to.
I don't want to go on that.
You absolutely. That's your private thing. Yep.
I believe there's one family that might know.
Why do you think one person in the family knows, and why would they know?
Connection.
Okay.
Yeah.
But not involved, but just has knowledge.
Yeah.
Is that what you're thinking?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay. Because I don't want to put words in your mouth. You tell me. Yeah. Because it's just interesting if the person isn't involved, but the person knows what's going on.
Maybe.
Might know because of connection.
Yeah.
Why do you think that person in the family hasn't come forward? Because it is their family member.
He may not be
loyalty.
He may not be sure himself.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. That is really interesting. I don't think I've ever heard anybody say it or explain things like that. And your opinion matters. And I think you have a really interesting opinion. And I agree with a lot of it. Do you think this is going to be solved? Do you think you do?
Yes.
Do you think it's going to be like these ones that I talk about that are so many years, or do you think it's going to be a lot sooner?
A lot sooner.
Okay. Did you watch Monk at all?
No, if the sheriff department was actually put together and well organized, it would have been done already. Yeah.
Hallelujah. You're absolutely correct. I wonder, do you think that the gentleman that's there at the house or that we've seen in the Tesla, do you think that he is some kind of a person that's supposed to be watching out for the house and is hired by the family in some sort, form, or fashion?
I don't know.
I don't either. And
he looks
curious.
like a private investigator.
He really does. He does
Yeah.
to me too.
He has that look to him.
And he carries himself that way. Yep.
And he looks like a very smart, very intelligent person. He knows his shit. He knows what's going on. He knows what to look for. And yeah.
Yeah. Can I ask you, why do you believe that the law enforcement has not done these due diligent searches? Because they had these search teams. They've had these different teams in the sheriff's department, but they've all been broken down and separated. So those teams weren't there to grab if you needed to do those big searches. Why do you think they didn't do? Why do you think they're not helping with that?
Who's the sheriff?
Yeah, everything goes to that. But you say you don't think he's involved. But why is he caught?
I don't think the sheriff is involved.
So why do you think that he's slowing things up or not helping advance the searches and the things like that?
He has leadership issues.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he doesn't exactly know how to put a team together.
Couldn't have said that better myself.
To put, I mean, I could have done it, and I have no law enforcement skills.
I don't either, and I put a lot of people together, and I probably could have done that too. And you know what?
I have the only law enforcement skills I have is forensics.
Wow!
I took a lot of classes in forensics,
skills,
blood analysis, and blood splatter. Yeah.
What do you think about it then? Now that you've mentioned
I think it's when I did blood analysis, I think she was punched in the face and the bloody nose like dripping down. Some of that, yeah.
Mike made a point tonight on his show earlier today, and I watched it because I think he's a very smart gentleman too. It's similar to these two gentlemen that are on here with me. He made a point that sometimes when the situation is done, he thinks it might have been done inside, and those splatters were drippings. Because, and he didn't put it exactly how
there might have been more to that blood, but I mean from other injuries. But I think some of it was a nosebleed.
Okay. What about the coloring of the blood? The dark to the lighter colors.
Dark to the lighter colors.
Yeah, there's some blood that's a little darker, so I just thought that was older blood. That was me thinking that.
Maybe blood thinners.
That's great answer. I mean, that was a phenomenal answer because I wasn't sure because blood thinners do that.
Yeah.
You know, they really do. Hi, Psycho Rider. They're saying hello. Oh, hi, Jenny. Hi, everybody. Ghost and Adam, Patriot Pride. Aren't I lucky? I'm so lucky. So you think that she's farther away, that she's possibly in a different state even? Or do you think they took her down south? Do you think she went to Mexico?
It's possible. I mean, I'm not familiar. I mean, I've heard a lot how the open border is. Yeah. I never went to Mexico to see it myself. That's one thing I would like to do someday. But it's possible. But.
Yeah. Hi, Kavorski. Hi, honey.
Hey, how you doing?
Look who you're on here with.
Yeah, I know. I saw. Sorry, I'm late.
Oh, no. I love that. No, you're right on time. Are you kidding me? But, oh my gosh, we are getting down to we're talking about blood right now. Ghost Pikachu has some background, expertise in or
I
expertise?
took college courses.
Took courses on that. So just asking a few questions about the different colors of it. I did notice that there was a track mark in it, a tire mark. And it was talked upon. And I'm wondering if you have any ideas what you think that tire track could be through that blood on that front porch.
A tire went through that front porch?
Yeah, there's a little tire track, and Monk took us to, and Adam just went behind for a second, but he took us to a Harbor Freight, and he did some tire analysis on which tires look like which tires. So he took that tire track and went there, and he had come to the opinion and to the decision that it was either a dolly tire track or it was a track from one of the wagons that you pop up and pop down when you go to events or games.
How many tracks were there?
Only one, and it's only about maybe this big.
What about the wheelbarrow that's been hanging around the island?
I don't know. That wheelbarrow has got some stories to it, Ghost. That wheelbarrow, if it could talk, could tell some stuff, I bet.
I mean, the first thing I would have done when I saw that blood, I don't know if they removed that piece of cement.
Mm-hmm.
I would have removed that piece of cement to preserve that.
Right.
I mean, that's the first thing I would have done. Not just take pictures.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I thought maybe it was like a utility cart or something like that. Like I'm wondering if something else was taken out of the house that we don't know about. Maybe they, or maybe they used it to take her out or something. Maybe that's why the back doors were open too.
Yeah, and that they said earlier that Annie said that her mom liked to leave the doors open. And so that was like, we were talking about that a little while ago, and that's just, in yesteryear, back in the day, you could do that. And even I know living out in the desert area like that and thinking you know everybody around you, but it's still unsafe in this time, in this day and time of our lives,
Oh, yeah. My uncle used to leave, my grandmother used to leave her door open. And, why
Oh,
don't
really?
my grandmother, when she was around, she used to leave and have her front door open, and she just didn't even shut it. I mean,
we were just talking about that, and that definitely, I remember that. I remember leaving the doors unlocked, and all that kind of stuff. So that even now, you're just thinking, gosh, what were we thinking? But we didn't have the crime that we have now. Plus, we didn't have the amount of people that we have now on the earth, Yeah. So it's opened up a whole field of a whole bunch of crime. Otherwise, all of us wouldn't be here, and the interest wouldn't be.
It's only getting worse.
Yeah, and it's only getting worse. So when I said that last story about Miss Wasson, the Avon lady, that was just so important to me because of them actually solving it, And they just recently did that here in Oregon. They solved 3 of them. And God love this detective for reopening some of these cases and taking a good look at them. And we need to do that as many places as we can, for our loved ones and our friends' loved ones, I just think, but I don't think we have enough manpower, and that's the problem. It's just not, I hear that from so many different, LEs, that it's the manpower. They don't have enough, So it's tough. It's really tough.
Based on the leadership of the sheriff's department, I mean, how to handle things, and you don't send things off to a lab in Florida. That's one thing you don't do. You have to take advantage of.
And why don't you use? I don't know why you don't use Quantico. I don't know why you don't use Quantico. I don't know. I don't know why. Why would you use the best we have? If you want answers, you'd go.
He's a goofy character. Sheriff Nanos is a goofy character.
He really is something I've not quite understood, and which I'm not. I mean, who cares? I'm probably not supposed to understand him, but the neighbor, I don't quite understand the neighbors. You know, I do understand the fact of the investigative part. You know what I mean?
I understand the psychology. I get the psychology from both sides.
Yeah, and that's the kind of weird part. I think I kind of sit a lot with you. I get both sides, but I still, in my heart, I still lean on this side, only because of the fact of what we've seen to be unfairness, you know, and that's all, you know. And I know oh, go ahead. You go ahead.
I get there's things that the neighbors didn't like. I get it. And it was brought up to the sheriff's department, which they should have had direction for the streamers if they were doing what they were doing wrong and how to correct it.
I said that if I was Nanos, I would have asked them to come in and have a sit down with me. And we would have sat down and I'd have given you all the parameters. I'd have given you all my educating rules or whatever. I would have done that. But to go on news stations and to say that you educated first, then you citated, then you went as far as you could to bring them in. And it's, wait a minute, where was the education? I never got the education part because he never talked to anybody.
No, I didn't see no education at all.
No, but he said it. He sure said it. And I thought,
well, maybe that's maybe his form of education is sending people to jail.
And that could very well be, and to have, and I mean, I know they're not supposed to make it comfortable. I get that. But not to have anything of what they have and have lost somebody a couple of days prior to, I think it was on the 11th that someone had passed away in their jail. And I just, and I thought to myself, well, what's going wrong? What's going wrong?
I did some research for that the jails also. And, you know, they don't, it's like you're automatically guilty when you get, once you get inside.
And you have to prove yourself innocent.
And you have to prove yourself innocent.
And I can't stand it. And I think that is absolutely what our society has come to. We like to point fingers first and then let the person prove themselves. And, oh, we made a mistake. I'm sorry. I thought you were that person. No. It's too late after that because you've already humiliated or upset or just been so disrespectful to that person. You know what I mean? I think there's a certain way to do that.
Or the news agency putting a wrong clip on their website based on what crime they did.
And I said something, last night, I believe I said, if these guys weren't doing it and streamers weren't doing it and people on YouTube weren't doing it, we wouldn't know anything, Ghost. We wouldn't know anything, Skorsky. We wouldn't know anything, Adam. We wouldn't know what they just wanted to tell us and what they were allowed to tell us from KVOA or wherever stations. They would only give us what they would give us. They wouldn't give us any, we wouldn't know, we wouldn't be here. You know, we wouldn't be this far. We wouldn't know streamers had these problems. We wouldn't know, we'd be just hearing the regular news, you know, and they would be reporting on what they wanted to report on and not the truth of the matter and not what you see with your eyes and hear with your ears, you know?
I think the streamers are doing a wonderful job.
Me too. I do too.
And if there's once again, if there was something wrong, the sheriff's department should have corrected it, and not in a way to remove them either.
Yep.
They should understand how to do corrective action.
Hallelujah! What a great sentence right there. Should have learned.
It's like human resource management.
Yeah.
It's like human resource. corrective action.
If
is
anybody has worked in HR, they know. Yep.
Corrective action forms.
Yep.
I used
Exactly.
to have to write them all the time.
Yeah. And it's just and then I think of what if we didn't have some of these beautiful people on here? You guys, smart people, have great backgrounds, great knowledge, and they can give good advice, and they can give some of the stuff that they really know to be true, to be factual. But the problem lies with me, and this is the problem that I have. The problem that I have, I said it today with JLR and Alex. I said, you have to be careful about what's being said that's coming out of their mouths or coming out of people like us that are commenting and stuff, because I don't ever want anything that Nikki has said to go against anybody that's trying to do the right thing and do good. I don't ever want that, and that's what I worry about. Go ahead.
I wish I would have heard some more out of Chief Nanos.
Yeah.
I wish I would have heard more.
Yeah. And he did talk, but he talked to KVOA, he talked to Mr. Brian Anton, he talked to people he wanted to talk to. And I think that out of the curiosity and our lust for wanting to know things as humans, I think that it would have been better served, Ghost, like you said, if he would have just come out and said something at the beginning and had a talk.
Yeah, I mean, even go making a visit to the streamers, being like, yeah.
You're spot on with a lot of what you're saying.
Them yeah, but I don't see that. I haven't seen or heard anything like that.
No, and early on, since you've been watching since the beginning, and Skvorsky, you jump in here with us. So I remember early on when I watched Alex with the metal detector, and I thought, what is he doing? And then I looked a little close and I go, oh, those are the things everybody takes on the beach here, to see if they can find something, So I said, oh, it's a metal detector. And then I thought to myself, him and Tay, I said, they are trying to find a path. And I thought, wow, he's trying to find out if they knocked her earring off or she wore necklaces. Yeah. So if a necklace came off, they would find a path direction. And I thought, that's a smart guy. I said, and that lady's smart. I said, I want to know who he is. So I went and I found out who he was and I started watching. Now he's in the big underground areas talking to the homeless, asking, have they seen anybody? Has this happened? Asking every question that he can ask. Now he goes out and he starts combing the desert with different people. My point being is, when you've done this so much and you've done these steps, I know the irritation that these neighbors have been talking about. I know that they're irritated. For what reason, I'm not sure. Because of the fact that I did inquire to an 84-year-old and I asked him these very questions. And I said this last night. I said, if there was people out there, would you feel more comfortable or would you be bothered? And they said more comfortable. Because it's people there. So if anything did go on, they would see it and catch it. I said, would it be annoying? And then the question was, would they get annoying to you? And then the answer was, well, that we'd have to have a talk. So they'd have to know where the neighbors are coming from, and we'd have to know where the streamers are coming from. And I thought there's nothing wrong with that. Why couldn't that have happened here? You were very nice to them at the beginning when everybody was knocking on doors and talking to neighbors. But then it got to be like, I don't know if they got tired or there was jealousy. I want to know why the flowers keep getting taken. That to me is a disrespect, because those are things you're not supposed to do, that people are missing or people are deceased. You don't steal from them, take things, and you don't talk ill of them. Though I was raised that way, that you don't say bad things about them after they're deceased or gone, and you don't take things from them. So why does somebody feel it's okay to keep going and taking those flowers every single day?
Who did it?
But they're being monitored, because Lauren, that's been just phenomenal to that memorial area, and she's done everything everybody's asked of her. She's been doing it and checking, and they've been taken, and they keep getting taken.
She seems like a very smart person.
Very smart, and she's really on the hunt to find out where they're going and why it's necessary to take fresh flowers that are just being put there, brand new. And so I think that that's a disrespect. And I think whoever is involved in neighborhood stuff, they need to knock that part off, because I think that I just think it's a bad omen. I think it's a real bad omen for people to do that to people that are gone, and that's not even your property. And you're taking things off of someone else's property. Now, the flip side to that is that they thought possibly it was the gentleman in the Tesla. Do I think it's him in the Tesla? I don't think so. I think it's whoever and whatever the bodily fluids and the cactuses are. I think that it's that same group or person, or because it's just so disrespectful. And I think you have to go to a different place to go and find and muster up those kind of things to make people leave, or just, I mean, that's the nicest way I can say it. Or you could jump in here anytime. What do you think? Do you think Nancy's by the house? Do you think Nancy's far away? What do you think? What would you like to tell me about that? And I'd like to hear it, honestly.
I don't know, to be honest with you. Sometimes I'm not going to lie. I really do obsess over this case.
I understand.
I go to bed sometimes, like, trying to just think, like, picture everything, trying to piece everything, like, and it's, to me, it's just hard, because I want to go there. I want to walk the scene myself. You know what I mean?
Oh yes,
I just want to, and I'm not trying to say I want to be nosy. I just want to see it, and I want to.
Yep.
And when I say that, it makes me think of stuff that Adam has said about a certain somebody that teaches stuff, and
now
I don't know.
To go into that part of it now, Ghost gave a real good look at that part too to me, and I didn't even think about that. But he said, what if the person does have knowledge because of a connection, but not necessarily involved? And I thought, I never looked at it that particular way. So he opened my eyes to that point. And that's what I think all these panels are actually about. I think it's just us brainstorming each other and putting pieces together and trying to figure it out, on our own accord,
Yeah.
Not disrespectfully, but respectfully,
Well, I watch a lot of people's channels, and there's, some people are thinking that, I've been watching some people that are starting to lean more away from, some kind of internal involvement, and but I'm sorry to say, but I still kind of lean towards some kind of internal involvement, because I've been around a lot of people. I have a lot of weird friends. Their families are weird. Like everybody, you don't know what's going on really until you get behind closed doors. You don't know what was talked about at that dinner or party that night, or or whatever's been going on. Like, I don't
Yeah.
know. I'm just saying, like, there's all these things, but I could sit here and say, what if, you know, there's something going on behind closed doors between, you know, the sisters, and, you know, maybe she's resentful, and, or maybe not. And it's not that simple. I'm just saying, like, maybe it's money, you know, maybe it's the house, maybe it's, maybe there was something going on with Nancy that maybe her health failing the way, kind of not failing, but you know what I mean? Like her getting frail and all that kind of stuff, that maybe, maybe that was a way that they would be. And another thing that makes me kind of still lean towards there's some kind of, maybe it's a cover up, is that there's no, like, the only thing we've seen is them coming on Instagram, you know, and, or, you know, them sitting together, and Savannah reading the notes, and that's it.
That,
you know,
I
and if you
agree with
think
you on
about,
that.
Think about Miss Nikki, think about, like, remember, I'm just so random that I'm throwing this out there, but you remember baby Jessica?
Oh, yes, very well.
She fell in the well.
Oh, yes.
Okay, like, you remember how media was back then? Like, when when a child was kidnapped or just anything, like, everybody was out. You know,
They're
everybody was
all
on
over it. They're all
the
over
news.
it.
And,
Yep.
yeah, Susan Smith, you know, that lady.
Susan Smith.
She was all up on the media. Oh, my kids, you know, like, just, I'm just
and
saying,
her
like,
car was stolen, and she really was playing the media on her side. She was really trying to get them on her side.
We haven't seen anything. Haven't seen
No.
Nothing. Not even a like 5-minute like statement, you know.
But do you think it's because she's media? One of her daughters is media? Do you think that she knows, she's seen so many of these? And like Ghost said, she has a law degree. And she has seen so many of these different cases over time, being a journalist, that possibly she knows that maybe this isn't naturally what you do, or she's seen something, or someone has told her over a course of time about different disappearances, and they've said, oh, people always do it this way, but you really should do it this way. Do you think that's a possibility, that it's something that she's taken because of her show and people that she's interviewed?
I don't think so. I think that this was planned out for sure. You know what I mean? I don't think it's like, I don't, in the beginning I was kind of thinking, oh, maybe there was some weirdo, you know, like John Lennon stalker kind of person, you know, watched the segment and then found Nancy's house and, you know, went over there and took her to mess with her. But
what about the two addresses? What do you guys, are the two houses on one address? Sorry. One address, two houses. Sorry. Do you think it was a mistake?
No, I mean, I just think maybe that neighbor. I don't know how old that neighborhood is. You know, like maybe
she's been there since what, 74?
How long has the other house been there, though? Is what I want to know. You know, maybe when that
would be really interesting to know.
That's something I haven't researched that at all.
And why they did share the one address is very interesting. Now I know here, where I live, we were unincorporated for a long time because we didn't have a city hall. So, and a lot of country areas have that, you know, where a lot of times we don't have a city hall or a mayor, or, you know, we're lucky if we have a fire department and a few police officers, you know. So I thought about that too. And I thought, well, maybe it was unincorporated at one time, or the area was. And they didn't have a map of the area because of the desert terrain, and that there wasn't a lot of homes on there at the time. You know, I thought about this, you know, just thinking like, you know, yesteryear, could it, because we're so different, you know, we didn't have internet. We had to go down and file, you know, if we wanted to file a lien or anything that had anything to do with homes, we had to go find a county building. You know, and I was just thinking about that. I was just thinking, could that have been a possibility of why the addresses got mixed up like that? And was that a factor into what happened with her and what happened to Nancy?
Okay, so here's a theory I have, okay?
Let's go. You jump in anytime, honey, and Adam. I know you're listening, Adam, but anytime.
So, and this is all hearsay, in my opinion. No,
All of it
no,
is.
you know,
Anything
whatever
on
I gotta
this
say.
program
Okay,
is our
speculation.
opinion and
Right,
it's
right.
entertainment
So,
value only.
yeah. And if
That
if
is
anybody
my,
was to sue me anyway, they're not going to get anything because I have no money. So,
I
um,
understand.
um,
I understand.
but but what I was thinking for a long time, I was thinking that because I've been around a lot of people that have get nasty when money's involved, and
Mhm.
so I was thinking, Savannah. To be fair, like I grew up. My mom watched the Today Show back in the day, but I grew up on like Katie Couric. I had no idea who Savannah was, like at all, like until this case happened, and because I didn't really watch the Today Show after the whole Matt Lauer stuff happened and all that, so I just kind of, But what if there's some kind of Nancy's got money, because whether she's got money or not, Savannah's going to make sure that her mom is okay. That's in my opinion. That's what I think, like money
I
wise.
think so too. I think you're right,
Now,
honey.
but now who's the real caretaker though in Arizona? Who's really dealing with Nancy? It's probably, the other daughter and, what's his face, right? And, and he's teaches and he plays music or whatever, and I'm just thinking, like, what if there was some kind of like constant debt thing that was accumulating, and it was getting worse and worse and worse, and Nancy might have been like, hey, when are you going to pay me back, and
I was thinking
they didn't want Savannah to find out, so they came up with this freaking thing, to get her out and then make it look like where we're all at right now, because they kind of just want us to all go away anyway. They want everybody to stop talking about it. Shh, be quiet, get out of here,
Why?
get off the street, all that
Why
stuff.
do they want it to go away? Why?
That's what I'm saying. Like if they were completely innocent, and that's just in my opinion, if they had absolutely nothing to do with it, I would, if it was me, I would be like, hey, news, come here. I want to be on camera every single day. I want people to be talking about this every single day until it's solved, until my mom's found or her, unfortunately, whatever,
100.
unalived or not,
What do you think about this picture that's behind you or in front on the side of us? Excuse me, I'm thinking it's behind us, but yeah, on the side of us.
The guy in the back definitely, head wise.
And look at the shoulders,
So-
how they kind of curve over. Okay,
I don't mean to cut you guys off.
Go ahead, Adam.
You're on. Can you hear us, Adam? We can hear you. We could.
Did we just lose him?
Oh, did we lose?
I'm having some issues, so sorry.
There you are! Yay, Adam! There you are. You said let me tell you something.
Sorry, I'm having some stream. Yeah, I'm having some StreamYard issues. Sorry, didn't mean to interrupt you guys, but just we put out tons of theories. We got like 14 or 15, but these are actually two of the guys that were caught on camera that were stealing from the gym show.
Yep.
And so they've never been captured before.
And I love that they are captured. And the one that's in the gray.
His posture and his arm.
It really, his arms. It's like this part of us. Because if you remember, on even the jacket, it kind of, the shoulders aren't the sit up. They're the, they kind of go off like this. There's like a curve to them. It's not a square shoulder, And it just the way that gentleman is standing, it seems like that's kind of how the person on the porch leaned. And then with Monk's drawing today, and I really paid attention, and boy, he really got down to it. I don't want to say but that person really resembles a lot of the drawing.
Did you guys watch any of the interview room tonight at all? I mean, I tried to, but I couldn't. Like, I was
A
working on
split
something at the
second.
same time, and I just, no offense to Chris, I think he does a great job. It's just
Oh
I
my
couldn't.
gosh, he's phenomenal. Yeah.
I would have had to sit there and like for real like lock in, and I just couldn't. So, but when I left and when I was on another stream, somebody else was talking about saying that, I don't know, like something about him inferring something with the family still, or I don't know, but the jewel,
see, I have to
the
watch.
gym thing though, Adam, like, I mean, that's always been kind of a thing too. Like, people have kind of
Yes.
suggested like, oh, maybe it was the wrong house, you know,
That's
and then
what
once
I
they
just-
just went ahead and just went through with it, you know.
Well, Chris
And
went
that
over, Chris went over something I've been saying for a while. You need to get in the streets and in the community and start asking the people that are in the streets, because the streets always know what's going on. It may
Yep.
not have been, you know, a drug addict that was involved, but people in the streets hear a lot of stuff. And, you know, you go and you talk to those people and you just listen to them. You offer them, you know, something that they may need, and you may find out a lot more than you think that you would.
Mhm.
And so they did a really good job tonight.
I can't wait to watch it.
Annie has a studio literally right there at that park where it's been infiltrated by a lot of drugs.
Yeah, I did hear
And
that. Mhm.
there's a
Wow.
like a used car place / repair shop right beside it. And then there's a nonprofit there that kids used to go to, and the neighborhood's gotten so bad with drugs that the kids stopped going to the nonprofit. And that's that guy up close. But
So wait,
basically,
Adam, she's got a jewelry studio?
she has she does jewelry, but this is not her jewelry studio. She works for someone else. I can't remember what her studio is there, but it's literally right there at the park. And then, like I said, there's a car. It's not a dealership. It's like a used dealership / auto store. And so what Chris was saying is the perp may have switched out cars many times to pass back and forth by the house so that they weren't looking for one particular vehicle. And there's three Walmarts within a 2 or 3 mile radius.
Yeah, that
But
was ridiculous.
That's in Tucson, not in Pima County. So you would think they've checked them out, but you know, Pima County wouldn't probably have checked them out because it's in Tucson.
The one thing I want to say about this gentleman that we were looking at.
I'm sorry, I took it down. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay, honey. You can. The bridge of the nose. When Monk was doing his thing and he was showing pictures with his phone, and he said that the distortion and things look different, that a gal had sent him some information on taking the guy on the porch with your cell phone in different angles. So he did. And so when he came back to show the face with the mask on the porch, he's so polite too. He really just started showing you the features of what he caught off his pictures. And he could do the bridge of the nose. And he really concentrated on this part of the mask because of where the nose starts and where it ended. And he kept referring to the bridge because it had a drop. And I was looking at that gentleman's nose, and it surely looks like a dropped nose. The bridge
Nikki,
of it.
I don't mean to cut you off, but
No.
I've got a picture, and you guys are gonna be pissed that I can't show.
Oh,
But you guys can kind of read into this. But I've got
Okay.
a picture from someone that I
Okay.
can't show that looks
Okay.
so much like the rendering
we're-
that Monks did. It is
Oh.
uncanny how similar it is.
And he did such a
So
good job,
you
and
can-
he did
you
it with the ears.
Yeah, he did. So you guys can read into that because you know I've been talking to, but I can't show it because of
I understand. Yep.
defamation
I get
or
it.
slander purposes. You know.
I just read right between your lines, and I went really fast,
Yeah.
so I got it real clear. And
Thank you.
so The bridge of the nose, though, that really made us pay attention, and to see the outline that Monk came up with was phenomenal. You really can see it through. If you really paid attention, I think it was the distortion of the camera that we were seeing the person on. So we saw the mask, we saw little eyebrows, we saw possibly maybe a little mustache, like those kind of features. Or maybe we didn't see that, and maybe it was fake, and maybe, we've gone through all that. But the way he did this face today, if I walked up to the person, I could almost tell you and say, hey, you're the person I just saw earlier. Somebody just drew your face. You know what I mean? Like, it was that clear, you guys. You have to go see Monk. You have to, after today, after we're done, you got to go check that out too with the interview room. But he really gives you a good look at what that person really can look like and looks like. And then from what Adam said, I understand. And it's really interesting because that throws a whole nother element into this, Adam. It throws a whole nother element into this, you guys, all of you. It makes it a little different. Because I was wondering, and I want to say this in some kind of respect to you, Adam. I said this last night, how you were getting some of the wonderful answers that you were getting. But the same person did a couple different answers to a couple different people. And I was wondering about that. And some people, were getting cameras that needed to be able to go into water and different things. And just wondering if what your take was on that, or if there was any take on that, because of the different ideas of where these people were to go. If you can read between those lines.
Yeah. All I can say is after tomorrow night, you guys are going to be amazed by a lot of stuff.
And I can't wait.
It's
uncanny.
It's
okay.
I've been talking to Richard for the past week, for a few hours a night. And what this guy, his level of intelligence is amazing. And, every story that we've checked into checks out. Now that's left to be said whether or not, the family or anything has to do with anything. But every story he tells has merit behind it. So,
okay.
How
do you explain
I don't know. What?
How do you explain the adventures to the water?
He'll explain it tomorrow.
Okay, great. No, wonderful. That's been one of the questions in my mind, honey. So it's something that's valid.
Everything that these people that he talks about works off of is numerology and symbology. So numbers and symbols, all of that means something to the people that he's talking about. And so they have reasons behind everything they do based on a number or a symbol. And so, again, that lake is 36.6 miles away from Nancy's door. And that number is 36.6, 3. Yeah. So everything that he says, you can find reason behind it. If you have an open mind enough to kind of see where it's coming from.
Bet.
But a lot of people, and I understand, a lot of people don't want to think about those type of things. But, here's the thing, guys, that I want to say. The more and more we start peeling the layers back on what's actually going on in the world, there's people out there that just, their mind is so closed, they're like, this is not happening. But guys, there's a lot of things happening.
Yes.
You would never believe is happening. And it's time for us to open our eyes and realize that. Now, that doesn't mean to say everything is a conspiracy. That's not what I'm saying. But there is real stuff going out there that people would never believe is going on. So, and especially in this case, I believe we have to be as open-minded as we can be to try to figure out what's going on, because at this point, what else can we do?
You have to be. You're absolutely 110% correct. We have to have open minds. Because if we close our minds and we say, oh, well, this is what happened and this is what happened. I have said probably 3 or 4 different theories since February. you know what I mean? I have changed my opinion on a few things over time because I'm just like Ghost. I don't believe the timeline, or I'm not really confident in the timeline, I guess I could say.
I mean, look at the I hate to
Am I
say
taking words out of your mouth, Ghost? Didn't you say you didn't like the timeline, dear?
No, I don't like the timeline at all.
Yeah.
Something is wrong with it,
Okay.
and it's scattered.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I don't mean to cut you off, Sikorsky, but I don't like it either because you can look at it two different ways. The thing that bothers me the most is the time of arrival or the time of notification to Annie and Tommaso. So, okay, the official timeline says they arrived at 11:56.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so if the neighbors called them at 11, then why did it take them 56 minutes to get there? So the only reason I can think of is maybe they weren't at home. That's the only logical reason I can think of. Okay, but let's say they weren't. They were at home. So why did it take them 56 minutes to get there? On the other hand, if they did arrive there at 11 o'clock, then why did it take them over an hour to call 911 after they got there at 11?
I can't understand it. 56 minutes, isn't it? Something like that?
Can someone put the timeline up?
Well, if that's the case, then that makes me think that it still goes back to them.
Yes, goes. Adam, do you have the timeline? Or Diana? Oh, go ahead.
I'll try to find it as we're talking, yeah.
Okay, sweetheart. Thank you.
I forgot what I was going to say.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It'll come back to me. Y'all do.
The timeline. We were talking about the timeline, babe. Does that help?
It was no, it was like right before that. It's fine. It'll come back to me.
Yeah. But that timeline, yeah, I'm in agreement with you guys because it's set. Oh, go ahead, hon. Was somebody saying something?
Yeah, it was the timeline.
There you go. Go.
The garage door thing. Like, Savannah sat there on national television talking about how it was a struggle for her to get to the mailbox, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So if it was a struggle for her to get to the mailbox, imagine her walking into the garage, going inside.
Yep.
And that garage door opened and then closed.
Mm-hmm. And she walked past her car that sits kind of on the right side, but it lines up on the left side of that door into that kitchen. Mm-hmm. And so then you've got the step up. You have a step up after you've walked through the garage. You've got to step up. It's about 3 inches or so, I think is what it is, about a 3-inch step or so that she had to step up. Then I heard that door was quite heavy. The kitchen door, that door that was going from the garage to the kitchen, I think it was somebody stated that it was a heavy door. So right there, I was thinking, I started telling anybody and everybody's panel, I said, what in the world, whose son-in-law would drop their mother-in-law off, and just shut the garage and let her fend for herself? And she couldn't walk 50 feet. Even the neighbor said that she used to walk the dog, and then afterwards she stopped walking the dog because she couldn't do it anymore.
Well, a caller, and that's why I love this interaction, Nikki, and you're doing so great.
Thank you.
And I'm so proud of you. But as you go, you'll get so many great callers with so many different great ideas and theories. But somebody called me the other night and said something to me that I really had never thought about. So in order for them to have seen a timestamp on the garage door going up and down, it would have had to be captured in some type of app on a phone, like some type of application via a Bluetooth signal, right? Mm-hmm. Or a Bluetooth signal opening it and closing it. Mm-hmm. So who's to say that, because all you have to do, everybody knows that you can go on your iPhone and turn off Bluetooth, right? Mm-hmm. So if you turn off Bluetooth, then there's no timestamp. You could open and close the door as much as you want to. Correct. So who's to say that door wasn't open and closed multiple times after that timestamp took the 2-minute one?
Exactly.
I have a question.
Absolutely. Okay. Jump in.
Okay. At 9:48, the family drops Nancy off at home, and the garage door opens. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, 2 minutes.
What car was parked in there? Was there a car parked in
Her
there?
car, supposedly her car was sitting there, and her car can't fit all the way over without blocking just the hair of that kitchen door. They were even doing the little things with it. Yeah.
So did she walk in her front door while she was going back?
They said her
don't know.
garage door.
Well, we don't know. We know the garage door
Oh.
opened and closed. We don't know where she went in.
Because
Great
if the
point.
garage door opened and the car went in, she must have had an entrance from in the garage into her main house. Then the
That was the
garage
kitchen.
door closes.
Mm-hmm.
So she may not even went. She might have went inside her house through the garage.
So
She
it
was
takes
dropped. Oh, go ahead, Adam.
it takes average 30 seconds for a garage door to open and close, just opening and closing. Okay.
Mhm.
So Miss Juanita did a great example, of getting out of her car and walking, right? A few weeks ago. So that means she only had a minute and a half to get out of the vehicle, get in the house, and tell him goodbye and all that good stuff. So in my mind, if she had back issues or whatever kind of issues, it takes a little while to get out of a car, get her cane prepared, stand up, stretch, close the door, tell him goodbye.
Yep.
So I don't know about that timeline either.
It takes me time to get out of a car, and I'm not even, you know what I
Right.
mean? You got your stuff. You're trying to get your stuff, and you
Right.
you don't just like bolt out the car, tuck and roll, grandma. It doesn't.
Yeah,
it's not how it works, you know? Just saying.
I have another question.
I'm a grandpa. That's
connected.
funny. What did you say? I'm sorry, honey.
2:28 a.m. Pacemaker app shows disconnects from phone.
Yep.
Okay. Why wasn't the family notified by Lifeline? Was there a Lifeline alert?
Not that we know of.
And that right there drives me nuts.
Me too.
Because I know
So-
somebody that had Lifeline.
So I don't think she did. And the thing about it is those, so like she had a bedside monitor basically, allegedly. And those bedside monitors only take readings once or twice a day.
Yep.
And so it's not like it's sending a constant signal
Right.
to the monitor. So, but let's go back to the app that opened the garage door. And this is why everything is a contradiction to me. Okay. So somebody had to have that app on their phone. I don't think she would have that app on her phone. I could be wrong, but at 84, my parents are not going to want to have some type of app on their phone that they're using. So I would think that somebody that is a little bit more technologically advanced is going to have that app on their phone. They're going to let it up, let it down. Okay. So if that's the case, why would that person not have an app on their phone to see notifications via her cameras that are in her home in case a notification goes off? And to your point, have some type of notification if there's some type of reading from the pacemaker unit for notification of that. So to me, I would have assumed that Annie, I'm just going to say it, Annie and Tommaso, because they're the closest ones to her, would have had access to the Nest camera app. So if notifications went off, they would be alerted. So we know in the 911 call, they say that the family has arrived. They don't have access to the cameras, but they do have access to her phone.
Correct.
So
Very
they could have gotten in,
confusing.
they could have gotten into the phone,
Yep.
number one, and seen the notifications, or on the flip side, have deleted any notifications that they wanted to.
You bet. You absolutely are right. You absolutely are right. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I mean, it's a little off, whatever, but
No.
I still wonder why they had their car for so long, like,
And why they went back to their house at least 5 times.
Yes.
Day after day after day.
And that was the feds.
And this is what I told a couple people on their platforms. I might have even told you guys, Adam. I think that one of the federal detectives, they either smelled something, saw something, felt something, didn't like something that was said to them, or just overall didn't feel good about it. So they said something to their partner. Their partner said something to the next person, and they said, let's go back tomorrow because I'm going to go off of what you're saying. So then they went back again, because during that one evening, they are not going to show up at their house they had their car in custody, the officers, Pima had their car, and they went back to Luminol, the garage. We saw it very clearly light up like it was lights at Christmas time. You could see it because they turned, I think some of you probably saw it. And everybody was like, what are they doing in there? And why are they there? Well, you don't pull luminol out unless you think there's something to luminol. It's not something you just carry. Officers don't just carry it in their bag and go, you know what? I see something right there. Let me put some luminol on it. It doesn't go. It's planned. And you know what I mean? It's planned, and the people are there that are very good at spotting things with luminol, the professionals. And they're there doing that work because that's what they work under, is that specific thing. So my question is why would you have to do that specific thing if there wasn't anything there to alert you?
Well, when we saw those guys going with those cases, you remember those footage?
Oh, yes. I remember.
All in different places of the house, and they had those cases in there.
And two of them, the guy with the brown truck was security. He was setting up new cameras. Yeah. I remember it. Yes, very, very well. But I just can't explain that away. I cannot explain. They didn't luminol in Nancy's garage. Did you notice? But they luminoled in their garage.
Oh, I didn't see that they luminoled their garage.
Yes, there had to be.
Nancy's.
No. They didn't luminol. They didn't do that in Nancy's. They only did the investigative work where they were in there looking at the cement, looking at all these different things. There's pictures of that. Right. But with the luminol, they specifically took a team at night. There was, I think, 2 females and 2 men. I believe that's right. And they actually it was the time they took a bag out of the house too. They took a brown grocery store bag out and put it in a car that night when they luminol. And so I was just like, officers don't luminol. They just don't do that unless there's something to find. If there's something there to find, then they bring all that out, and they bring out the specialists that are good at that. But that just didn't make sense to me that just happened, and then there was nothing for so long, and then all of a sudden, federal, day after day after day. And that was very interesting to me. They spent quite a bit of time over there in a week's block. And that was interesting.
The older I've gotten, I've believed in coincidences a lot less.
There's Monk's drawing, you guys, right there. Thank you, Adam. There's Monk's drawing right there. What do you think, Ghost? That is so lifelike. I can't even believe how lifelike that really is.
How did they get this?
Monk did it, and he did it through pictures of the person. This is the porch person. You have to go back and watch him, how he got it, how he figured it out, Ghost. It was really cool. He's a very, very smart gentleman.
I mean, that looks like somebody we've already seen.
So basically,
okay, you got it.
It looks like somebody I know. I'm telling you, it looks like. I wish I could show you.
It looks
this
like
picture
somebody.
now.
You
it
know,
sure does.
So
It sure does, Adam.
Basically, what he did is he just raised some levels of color up and shades up and down, and he took just the definition of the face, Ghost, and just outlined or highlighted the definition of the face everywhere that it protruded through the mask.
Yep.
Do somebody have X-ray vision and we can see through the mask?
Pretty interesting.
Oh, it's through these pictures how they get this figured out with your phone. It's so interesting because they were saying that that picture off of that camera, there was some kind of distortion or something. So you had to take that and you had to take your camera and do these other processes around this picture that we've all seen a bazillion times on the porch. And he got this out of that, and he explains exactly how he's doing it. It's quite Ghost. You really need to. You would really like his channel. He's
We're not
very
we're not
interesting.
accusing anybody tonight. We're not slandering or defaming
Absolutely
anybody.
not. Oh no, we are not accusing anyone. This is definitely our opinion, my opinion. It's a channel that we're having fun on, and we're trying to figure things
I'm
out.
not sure. I don't think so.
No.
No, I really don't think so. I mean, people say based on how they were acting, hiding their face and or everything.
Mhm.
I don't. I question. I don't think so.
Why do you
really
think they hid their face, Ghost? Why do
They
you
wanted
think they
to be
didn't
left-
open their
they want-
window and hand a bunch of flyers out and say, this is what my mom looks like. This was the last thing she was wearing. This is this. This is her health issues. This is this. And here's pictures of her. Please.
Maybe because they're scared and they don't know. They didn't know who to talk to. I mean, I don't know. I mean, they don't know who to trust. They don't know what's going on. I don't think I just don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't think so at all.
Oh yeah, all of us could be wrong, honey. We're all we are is just taking our opinions and guessing, guessing at something that interests us and a lady that interests us and a story that interests us. And we're taking a look at it and giving our opinions.
Yeah.
Wrong or right. We're trying.
I lost you guys. I had to go back in.
Okay, you okay? Okay. You wait for a second, I'll bring her right back. But it's just very interesting that these timelines and everything are just absolutely throwing me for a loop. I just believe that they were created. The first thing is I know they talked to the Uber driver. I get that. I get that she was he has like a whatever film that, because they film or whatever, that people that are in their cars, for protection and things. And I get that. But the thing about it is why'd she have to take it in the first place? If she had a car and they have a car, why'd she have to take an Uber? And my opinion is that something disturbed her. Because at 84 years... Oh, go ahead, honey. I can give my opinion in a minute.
Did they interview the Uber guy?
Yeah, they did. And
Yes.
they even, I believe, had some film or something with her in the car.
Well,
Because they do that, I think, out of protection.
What if you say she wanted to be like independent that evening, and maybe it was going to get darker, and she couldn't drive maybe at night, so she decided she was going to take an Uber. Why she didn't take the Uber back, why they drove her, is the other part too. And what I was saying earlier is the older I've gotten, I don't believe in coincidences anymore. I think it's very just the fact that they had something going on over there, game night or whatever the heck it was that they were doing, dinner or something.
Mahjong.
Yeah, and then
Takes four people.
And then however many hours later, she's, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then they're telling us now that they have proof that there was somebody there before, the footage or whatever. I'm still not 100% convinced, unless I've never seen a timestamp or whatever. I don't know, but it's just.
We just know the time that the Uber dropped her off there.
Yeah, and
That's
where's if I was that Uber person that brought her, I would be wanting of interviews right now. I would want to be telling everybody, hey, I took her, and that tell him about she didn't really talk that much in the car, or she was friendly, or what. I don't know what the Uber said, but it's just, how far away do they live? Like 20 minutes or something?
Yeah.
Like, hey,
is it 3.6 miles or something like that? You guys, isn't that right, Ghoster Adam? I think it's like 3.6 miles or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
She could have been like, hey, I'm going to finish setting things up. Why don't you go pick up mom,
I mean,
that's where I got confused.
I mean, could it have been a possibility the only one that wasn't drinking was Nancy? And that was the Uber was the only way for her to go back home?
No, she didn't take her Uber back home.
No, she didn't.
They took her. Yeah. So how come one of them didn't pick her up? That's because we're just thinking back to like coincidences. It's not coincidences when these puzzle pieces look the way that they do. And these puzzle pieces, these two right here, which are A and T, or T and A, however you want to say it.
T and A.
There's some confusion there. I'm sorry about the T and A. I didn't mean it like that, you guys. I know. I do this. I do stuff like that, and then the kids check. You guys are going to say, guess what Nikki said on her show tonight? She said DNA. Oh, gosh. But my thing about it is okay, I was just somewhere so good.
The thing about Andy and Tommaso.
Yes. So my thing about it is first of all, they didn't come out like a family comes out. We've watched a lot of these stories. We've watched a lot of missing things over our lives. We've seen the news. Even if we haven't wanted to, we've seen this person or this person is missing, okay? But the thing about it is, when they're missing, they don't really know what they're missing from. And that seems to be kind of where we're at. It seems like we could all keep guessing about all these directions that this could go. But the bottom line is we don't know why. And the why is one of the biggest parts of the whole story is why. Because we're guessing, is it address related? Did she know something? Was it because of her daughter? Was it, just all these assumptions that we're making, which are wonderful. But the bottom line is we just need the why. If we had the why, we could kind of figure the rest of the puzzle out, And I think that's sticking in a lot of people's craws is we would like to know if it was targeted, not targeted, if it was this or it was that, because that would answer so many of the other questions,
So I think it has to be either monetary gain or revenge, right? I think it's got to be one of those two.
Yeah.
Revenge of who?
That's a good question. One other interesting thing is, so Annie's studio, so she was selling art at the studio that I was telling you about. So that studio is only about 5 miles from their old house. And their old house is right in the same area. It's only like a 3-minute walk from where the kid called in a 911 call that saw the 3 masked men with the weapon, trying to break in cars. And so I don't know if you saw one of our episodes, but my theory was they may not have been breaking in a car. They could have been changing cars.
Yeah.
So in an area, again, where Annie and Tommaso lived not long ago. So, maybe they were familiar with that area and that's where they wanted to switch vehicles and go in a different location. If you go down that theory.
And that is a really good possibility. And I want to play off of something Adam said, and it's just kind of been sitting with me for a minute. So I just kind of want to go in a direction real quick. And it's about similar of these things. So Adam is actually very correct in what he says about homeless communities or street communities. And it's because we had, and I know I've said this once before, I don't know when or where, but we had a missing girl here a week after my husband had passed away. And it was a good friend of ours. And this gentleman had come and sit with my husband for a long time daily. And was just one of the fellas, you know, great person. His daughter came up missing. She had special needs. She was 19 years old, you guys. So guess who didn't want to get involved? The news. The news didn't want to put her out there because she was 19, because she was an adult. They didn't take into the factor that she was really 6 in here. They wanted to go off of her age. So we had a flooding of calls to the news media. We got a whole group of people together that constantly just kept bugging the media to do a story, just do one story on this girl for us. So in the meantime, I'm trying to deal with whatever I'm dealing with my husband's stuff, but he asked me if I can help. And I said, I absolutely will. So I went over and picked him up. He is a Zaza guy like Alex. And I told him to get that together, get all the bottled waters you got in your house, get anything and everything that you think that we could negotiate with on the streets. And he said, are you kidding me, Nikki? And I said, not at all. The first people that are going to know where she is, honey, is the people on the streets. They know everything that goes on in their streets. So he said, okay, I'm game. So he got into my car and we drove, and I took him to all these different places. We went down the street and ran into this one woman, and she was pushing a cart, and we stopped and asked her if she needed water and all this. And we showed her some pictures and asked her if she had seen this girl. She had said no to us. And we said, okay, thank you. And we left what he wanted to leave to her, what she asked him for. And then we went on. We did a few more. I dropped him off at home. He said, I'll let you know what happens with the news, Nick. And I said, that would be great. He called me the next morning at 8 o'clock in the morning, and that same lady found his daughter and delivered her home. It's true what Adam says. And if I hadn't done it myself and personally witnessed this, I wouldn't, but something came to my head after dealing with so many homeless people and vets that are out there. I've done so many drives for them in different factors. I just thought, they're the ones that are going to know. They're the ones. And so when Alex went and did all these tunnels and these underground washes, we call them in the desert, and talking to those people, I think it just wasn't enough. I don't think he had enough backing of more people talking to others. And the word just keeps spreading onto the streets, because if nothing else, and if they didn't know where she was directly, they would have known if she got into a car, who they last saw her with. They are very smart people out there on the streets, and they do know their streets. And so I just wanted to add that to what Adam had said, because it really is a true thing. Very, very true. And it happens. And we were very lucky, and that family's very lucky, and she rides horses now, and she's doing wonderful. But, you know, it could have gone the other way. And it just needed to be done. And you have to think, what would they like, or what would appeal to get them to answer just a few questions or look at a picture, you know? And so I just wanted to tell that story, and I know Jason wouldn't mind, so, because he's a great friend, and he's a brother, so yeah, and it's true. So, and it turned out wonderfully for their family, so that was a great thing, you know. So, but we like that, to those stories and those kind of endings to happen with a lot of people, you know. And not.
You think they're gonna have anything? You think they're gonna say anything at all anytime soon about DNA, or is that just like?
Well, they said that they found. Didn't they say they had a hair that matched a man? But they never said what man. But I think they said they had a hair, or they were going to send the hair to the lab too. You know, and something off of what Ghost said. He made a good point. He brought something else. This is what Adam says about opening our minds. We don't really know which way. If they did take her home, we don't know which door she went in. And what if she did have a nosebleed, like Ghost said, or something, and she went through her front door? And those droplets are from her entering her house, from getting out of the car and being dropped off. That's a real strong possibility.
Or she was punched in the face on the way getting out because
or she was punched in the face, like you said. Yeah. And I wanted to think the other. But yeah, I heard what you said, Ghost, and you're probably right. But
apparently there's something on YouTube. There's somebody that on YouTube that figured out how to like just get like images like from a mirror.
We saw that. We saw it from the cover of the light in the in the walkway. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
We were going to bring that up. Yes, absolutely. Bring it up. You can talk about it. Let's bring it up. I really really
for the person that done that, figured all that out. Very smart.
Very smart. And I think it was a lady told somebody to look at, she saw something in the cover of the light. And it's one of those ones, I believe, that's got the 4 sides to it or the 6 sides to it. And so it was the reflection, because that front door must have been open, or some kind of way you could see figures inside.
Oh yeah. I remember seeing that a while ago. Like if you slow it down, when the guy's coming up like this and stuff, you over his shoulder or to the, whatever, his left or whatever it is, you see like another light go by. And it's
you see a person, looks like they're standing over somebody kneeling down. And that was scary to me. And it was very shocking, that this was possibly a figures we were seeing in this mirrored part of the lamp, or part of the fixture, excuse me, and
now
that was shocking.
Now, if they found a hair and they cleared the family, it can't be this person here.
I heard that they hadn't cleared the family. Sorry.
Clearing the family thing.
Nobody's been cleared.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Adam. I'm so tired of hearing people say that.
Because the DA has to do that. It comes from the DA. Sheriffs can't do it. Other peoples can't do it. It has to come from law.
Sheriff's Department.
So Ghost
did that, right?
Everybody's a suspect.
Well, a lot of times what people don't understand is law enforcement will say something to try to distract or deflect somebody and make them think that they're in the clear. That everything they say is a lie. They don't have to tell the truth about anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Very true.
And especially Pima County. Everything Pima County said is a lie.
Mm-hmm. Everything.
But I mean, I don't know. We're not blaming anybody, but just it's a very odd similarity, I guess you'd say.
A lot of similarities, and it's just it just seems to me that if these people were missing in your county, in your jurisdiction, and you're in charge, just like you said, Ghost, he couldn't get a good team. He couldn't get the team that he wanted or that would work and do the things that needed to be done.
Right.
You were right. You were right, Alpha. What Adam's saying, that it's been continuous lies, continuous this. You said that at the very beginning, and you're absolutely correct that he could not organize his underwear drawer, probably. And I'm just saying that to be funny. But, I mean, it's one of those things. It's just.
So many blood stains on his underwear.
Well, if you're not good at organizing and you're not good at putting people together that do the similar jobs and they're your stars in those areas, you're doing a disservice to everyone, yourself, the community, the people that have these problems happening to them, the missing, all that. You are affecting everyone, and not in a good way. No, you're not affecting them in a good way.
The unfortunate thing about Pima County and Nanos is he's more concerned with his narrative than the truth. And so if it's rather him telling his truth as opposed to asking for help and getting help to solve cases, if it's not what he says, then he doesn't care. I mean, over 60 people have died in the past 5 years in Pima County,
Yep.
In the jails. There's
Yep.
hundreds of cases that are unsolved. So he's the type of person, he wants to create and control all of the narrative. And
Yep.
again, he's more concerned with that than actually solving cases and helping someone out. And that's historically his MO, unfortunately.
And there is a way that when you're in charge of something that's so big, like a sheriff's office or an investigating office or a FBI office, any of those, and you're in charge, it seems to me that you would want to have some kind of a good part of your record, because your record as your background of your job has been tarnished. It's been tainted from some of the bad things that you've done from state to state. And then the curiosity starts with a lot of us, that we wonder how you got the job. Who voted you in? Because obviously they didn't have the correct information.
Well, here's the thing, Nikki.
Okay.
And again, it goes back to me asking people to open their eyes up about reality, what's going on in our world.
Yes.
He's there for a reason. He's there because he was put there for a reason. You know what I mean?
I know.
So he is a puppet, just like connections that he has as puppets, just like they're puppets for somebody else. And so what people don't understand, and again, this is not conspiracy, this is the truth, guys.
Yeah.
Everything comes down from Washington and it trickles down. And they put people on both sides where they want them to be to get what they want done. And so whether it's Republicans or Democrats, they're in place and they answer to someone and they answer to someone, and all of them are interconnected. And what I was telling Alex and Juice is the thing that I'm most afraid of, and even JLR, is these judges at these lower level courts are in the same pockets that Nanos is in. So they're going to have to escalate these things to one level, at least higher court system, in order for someone to actually look at this and take it as a serious matter, I think. I hope I'm wrong, but I think that's what's going to happen.
I think you're really close to being spot on. My dad, that was a judge, he came home and he was really disheveled one day. And he said, I got an offer for a job. And I said, you did? I said, what job? You already have so many. He said, yeah. He said, they want me to sit on a Supreme Court. And I told him this. I told him, why would I do that when the state already tells me what I can and can't do at my own job? Why would I want them to tell me what I can and can't do? And I used to look at him and I go, really? And he goes, yeah, they make the laws. They give you so much room for judges to be able to sentence and do these certain things, and they tie our hands. And I just went, wow, I didn't realize. And he said, it's absolutely correct, Nick. He said, they will tie your hands. On certain things, they will try to do that. And I just really didn't know what a dog-eat-dog world the law was even,
I just remembered what I was trying to think of earlier.
Oh, good.
So look at how little of DNA that they had in the Idaho case. On the sheath. Remember how little minute that DNA was?
Yes.
But they got that guy super quick.
So fast.
As opposed to, with that genealogical whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what makes me think that whatever DNA they have right now, it's either one way or the other right now. You know what I mean? Because there's just so many tentacles to go off.
There are a lot.
I mean, the one that I keep thinking about is Savannah went back to work, and they already said, if she leaves the set, we've already have a protocol. We're gonna tell her, and they're gonna pull her off set and all this stuff. And we've seen her leave set like a couple of times because they put it on, the internet.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think there's a big possibility that they have way more than what we're sitting here speculating about, and they're just
It's what
like Adam
Adam
was saying earlier, they're just kind of saying stuff that's not true. Like they don't have anything. You know, what's his face? Brian Ensign saying, like, my sources say that they don't have anything.
Right.
Like,
What sort? Right.
you know,
And it's
sources.
and it's strange because, and I've heard this before too, you guys, that some of the news they can get a connection or two into a.
I think that's why Ashley Banfield stopped talking about it so much.
Well, and I think that she got in
because she knows Savannah.
Yeah, I think
Savannah probably asked her, "Hey, can you stop talking about it because they're working on it?"
But she gave her some great things. Ashley gave some great points.
But like the way Savannah's verbiage changed. That interview she gave with
Hoda.
No offense to Hoda, but I could barely watch that. Hoda's like mouth noises the whole time, like Savannah.
Well, the laughing was so strange to me.
It was weird.
It was
the way Savannah was really like broken down at that point made me feel like she had come to terms at that point. Like, okay, now they're looking for her. You know what I mean? Like, she's no longer with us anymore, and and the authorities are maybe telling her even, this is where we're at. This is what, we can't tell you everything because we got to keep it, tight-lipped and everything. And they're especially not telling, Nanos unless maybe we're all being fooled right now by Nanos. Maybe he really is. He's got some stuff he's got some skeletons in his closet for sure. But what I'm saying is his portrayal about the case, maybe he really is like does know stuff, but he's just plain dumb.
And what Adam said, he made a great point. What Adam said is it's lies. I mean, that's what we're being fed. But generally, when an officer or the spokesman of the sheriffs, the police, whatever the case may be, that spokesman, they have a spokesman that generally comes out and speaks on behalf of what's going on and on behalf of the family, behalf of the police, behalf of the detectives. There's one spokesman.
Right. They're like the press liaison or whatever.
For him to be the spokesperson and the sheriff and give complete things that are fabricated and not truths to us. A good spokesperson gives you a little of the truth and then gives you a little of the other. Doesn't feed you all the, because if you look in the past, Scott Peterson, Drew Peterson, Kyron Horman cases with his stepmother and them, they were all out there on search parties.
Yeah.
And yet and still they're the main subjects of what's going on. So that's where the confusion lies with me on if the family did or didn't do it. It's not the factor to me. The factor is why weren't you looking? Why weren't you looking?
Yeah, and we don't and we hope, Sikorsky, that's the case, right? We hope and we pray that either Pima County and my hope is the FBI has taken over and they've got
that's what I want.
And 857 and I have talked a couple times. Kash Patel came in to Arizona on an unrelated thing other than Nancy. So we're hoping the FBI is looking into Nanos in Pima County. We hope so, but I mean, it's almost, and you don't want to say this, but it's almost like this guy doesn't want the case to be solved. I mean, we know the perp touched the foliage. We know he did. We know the perp touched the mat with the foot. We know he did. Okay, or she did.
Yes.
So if nothing else, put an MVAC on that mat, put an MVAC on the foliage. We know that DNA has been extracted from rocks before, so we know it can be done. And a lot of people say, well, they put the tent up that day and they were getting evidence from them that day. Well, no, anytime you get evidence, it has to be bagged and taken in. So we know that it was
bagged and tagged, my friend, bagged and tagged.
Exactly. Yep. So, but here's another theory. What if Nanos himself has been threatened? Maybe he's been threatened to not let this case be solved. maybe again we throw out theories, Nikki. You know how we do it, but maybe
Oh, yeah.
cartel. Maybe it was cartel, or maybe it was a higher government entity, or someone in that realm. Maybe he was um, threatened to where, hey, you need to let this ride, or else you're
Yeah.
going to be on the line, or your family's going to be on the line. So that has to be something, because this guy really is just doing his best to mess this case up as much as possible.
Yeah. It's really disheartening, because it's like, if this was your family, I mean, I couldn't let it go on. I'm not her, and I don't make that money that she makes, but I'm a caring daughter, and I would be on you. I would be on you, and I'd make sure I'd have somebody in the law field right there with me, because I want to know every step you make and every step you didn't make to help find my mother.
Well, why do you think that he didn't want the Cajun Navy to come in?
Or Dog the Bounty Hunter. It goes on.
Well,
Yeah.
specifically Cajun Navy. Think of the amount of resources they have.
Oh, so many, and they didn't charge a thing.
Way more than Pima County does.
Yep.
And so it's almost like he doesn't want this case to be solved.
Yeah. And they
Hey,
said
Fat Rito.
they get private donations that keep them afloat. They don't need any money from any of these places where they go to help people. They said it straight out. We have backers. We have people that support us.
And you guys were talking earlier, I think, about why did he send it to his lab in Florida? Why do you guys think he sent it to that lab?
To slow it up.
No. He talked about the contract they have. I think this guy's getting kickbacks off everything he does.
Yeah.
Money.
That's what he said. It was his place. He thought it was the best one, and that's why he was going to send it there.
Exactly. And again, we don't want to think that way. I mean, we think that our law enforcement, our government officials, we want to think, because innately we want to trust people, but you can't trust people. Unfortunately, you can't, especially when they're in positions of power, and they've shown that they have no problem abusing that power.
Oh my, yes.
I heard somebody in another channel the other night say something that kind of got me thinking. They were reviewing, I don't know if y'all heard about that case recently where the lady it was like the Knicks game, and her dog was shot by the cop in the hallway.
I didn't hear that.
Apartment. Yeah, it was I'm not going to go off on a long thing to get us off subject.
Yeah. No problem.
It was like a neighbor called the police thinking that there was a domestic dispute going on, when really it was just they were celebrating, like, woo, yeah, because the Knicks won.
Yeah.
And so 2 police officers show up, and they have the body cam footage. There's one cop standing on, facing him this way. They're both, next to the door, basically. One cop already had his gun drawn, and they're knocking on the door. The other cop didn't have his gun out at all. He just had his hand on his hip. But they could hear the dog barking, and the cop goes, "Man, I'm not getting bit by that dog." Like right off the bat, he said something about the dog, right? And so the lady comes to the door, and the dog's like, whoop, 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 sticking his head out the door, and the cop's like, get the dog in the house, put the dog away now, right? Mm-hmm. And the guy's like, hey, the dog, dog's friendly. So he comes out, and as he's coming out, the door kind of open, and the dog comes out, and it's a 2-year-old, like, Saint Bernard mixed with something else, so it was kind of a big dog, but it was like, just goofy.
So he makes the big rough barks.
Yeah, exactly. He was going, and the dog was even wearing like a Knicks jersey, it was kind of cute, and he's coming at him, and the cop just went bam, 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 and just took the dog down right in front of them. I mean, took him out. And it was like, are you kidding me? And when I was watching this in this stream, the guy who had the stream going, he brought up a point that said to serve and protect, right? That slogan, that in certain places in the country, if you think about it, they're not serving and protecting us. They're serving and protecting the law. And and some of them don't even know what the law is. You know, so you get people like the sheriff who we're talking about right now, and his people, when they went over there and processed the scene, they first, I mean, I'm sorry, but you had to be like completely oblivious to the fact that, first of all, when Annie and Tommaso went over there, where did they go? Did they go through the garage? And then they went in the house? And then what? They went to the front door and they saw blood on the ground and they were just like, "Nah." Didn't bother to say like, "Hey, there's blood here."
For
you know?
56 minutes. I mean,
And then
I
cops
think
show
they
up.
had a key or something. Somebody, I think one of them said they had a key.
But I'm saying, like, they didn't see the blood on the porch and inside the house, like right at the front door.
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point that you make, because on Savannah's first interview, maybe she left it out, but she didn't mention anything about Annie mentioning that blood on the porch.
No, nothing.
But the thing is if you watch those videos, I'm sorry, but if you watch the videos where Savannah's sitting there reading the note, just look at, like, Annie just looks so like, she just does not, I mean, maybe she just has an RBF anyway, but like, she just didn't look like she almost was kind of like, shut up. It's like, why are we doing this? You know, like, I don't want to be here. Like, you know, and maybe it's just me because I'm an only child and I don't have my mom anymore, but I'm sorry. I don't care how much money she already has, millions of dollars. If she, you know, fine. You want to go, you know, this is what mom would want me to do. Okay. But no, like, I would just be like, no, I'm going to stay in Arizona and I'm going to sit here until answers are, you know, until this case is closed, whether, you know, until somebody is in cuffs.
I feel so much like that. And I am wondering, and I'm wondering, because I know she's missed a couple shows the last couple days. I know that that's been mentioned. And I was just wondering, because it is a couple days in a row, you know, but she posted the picture of, I think she posted a picture today of her husband and the kids.
Yeah.
And it just seems to me like, I mean, do they know something?
That's what I would really like to believe. I would never want to think that Savannah is being like, meh. I think she knows something. Not bad. I'm saying, like, I think she knows whatever the law enforcement or FBI, hopefully, is really doing right now. You know, and then for what? It wasn't that long ago that what's-his-face, Nano, said, we're not talking to the family, or the family's not communicating directly anymore.
I think it was her that stopped her, you know.
Exactly. Because she probably got told also by her PR people, you know, like, this doesn't look good. You know, you're gonna be going on national television and people are gonna be wanting to know. I mean, I'll be dead honest with you. I had sent her a message on Instagram, knowing full well she's not gonna respond to me, you know. But I said, you know, prayers. I hope everything, you know, this and that. And there's got to be
kind of you. That was kind of you.
I just don't think that there's any reason for her to get rid of her mom. You know what I mean? Like, she had no reason for it.
I mean, but we have the strangest things happen in the world right now. You know what I mean? Where there's no rhyme or reason, really. And it ends up being a personal, you know, a personal thing that happened a long time ago or something. And it's a grudge or something that they've been holding on. They never got rid of in a counseling situation or never was able to release it. And so, you know, because you don't know, dynamics of families can be really different.
Yes, you're right. You're right. But if you even going back to that one video where they're making the bed, you know, and I think it was, and they're all making the bed. That you know what time in the morning that was for Nancy to be up?
Like 4 a.m. They said
Exactly.
3 or something. Yeah, that she had to be up ready.
That's not somebody that doesn't get along with her daughter. I think, in my opinion, I think they're the closest.
Yep. And I think because they live the farthest away. They live the farthest distance, but they are the closest.
Yeah.
And I think if this is my guess off of just
Ghost, what do you?
reading. Ghost, go ahead. Adam, go ahead. Ask him.
I just wonder what do you think if you had to guess, if you want to, what do you think happened in this case? What's your best estimation of what are we looking at here?
Who's that question?
He may
for?
not can hear me.
It's for you, honey. Adam,
For you, I'm sorry.
Adam wants to know what you think.
About this whole case?
Yes.
Yeah, about the whole case.
It's gonna take some time. I think about 6 more months.
Do you have any theories about who the perp is or the motivation behind it?
I keep that to myself.
That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool.
But I do have a good idea. Oh, yeah.
Okay. Sikorsky, what do you think?
Man, it's like the 15 different theories, man. You know, it could be the jewel thing. It could be the wrong house. It could be, you know, the brother-in-law and the other daughter had something going on with the mom, and they didn't. It could be anything. You know.
And I want to go back to this really quick because I want to add on to what you're saying with the mom. I think. I'm pretty positive one of them was in charge of her estate, correct? Anybody else heard that? Because I'm pretty sure allegedly they're in charge of her estate, which they're the closest ones that live there. So that would make a little bit of sense as far as that goes. I just think that that part of it is awful strange to me too, and I don't know if it's an entitlement feeling. What do you think, Skavorsky? Do you think it's an entitlement? You feel entitled because your sister does so well, your brother does so well, and here I am and my husband. And do you think
there's everybody knows there's always a black sheep in the family.
Yes,
There's
absolutely.
When there's multiple family members, I've never experienced it. I've seen it, you know, but it definitely exists, and that could be a thing. You know, it could definitely be. It's just always been in my gut. It's just always been there that there's just it's the like Ghost was just saying a second ago. It might be 6 months from now, but what if 6 months from now we all sit here and when they come out and they say, okay, this is what happened, and then everybody's like, oh, are you serious? That's what it was. Now we're all looking this way and looking that way when really it was just right there, right in front of us the whole time.
Yep. And that's another thing. Was the gentleman on the porch to distract us, to concentrate on him and not what was going on?
I've watched that video so many times. And if you watch it right as he's walking up and he looks over and then he goes like this, he bends down. He just looks so nonchalant. Like he's been there before.
Or that he doesn't care. He's just going through the motions. Yep. That he's going through the motions.
I don't think he was. People have said like, oh, he looks like he might have been like drunk or high or something. Like, I don't even think that. I think he just didn't care. I think he was just like, whatever, you know. And he went over and he's trying to get the camera off the thing, and he looked over to his left before he did that. Which makes me think, yeah, what if the door was already? What if that footage that we saw of him coming up on the porch like that was already after something had already happened? They had already gone in and done stuff, and they
were in there.
Yeah, and exactly. He went back around to take the camera off because he's like, oh crap, we can't take her out the back because there's too much stuff. You know, we got to take her out this way. So
and what did they dismantle? What did they dismantle on that back door? Do you remember that? Does anyone remember? They dismantled the camera back there. Isn't that correct? Right at the beginning.
I didn't hear that.
I think right at the beginning, it was either a camera with a light or a light that was there, but that was broken right at the back.
Well, because they
Yeah, I
have
know
the,
I know there was
Oh,
a floodlight that was broken right above that door on the back side there. Honestly, I think the plan all along was I think they pulled the car down by the casita, and I
okay.
think that their intentions were to bring her out the back, and that's why the gate was propped
yeah,
open, and that's why the back
doors.
door was propped open. I think the intentions were to take her out the back, but I think she was more feisty than what they thought.
That's
And I
what I.
think,
Yeah.
yeah, I think either she pulled the mask off or she fought back, and they're like, hey, we got to course correct here, and
Mhm.
or something happened to her medically inside, and that accounts for the 41 minutes because now they've
Mhm.
got to think, well, now what are we going to do? So
Mhm.
and so then they took her. I think they pulled the car back around to the front, put her in the car, and then went away.
And
But
left the
I'd
doors
love to know,
propped in the back. Mhm.
what do you guys think about a signal jammer? Do you think a signal jammer was involved at all?
I think that it could have been because I've heard things about like the fact that the camera footage exists in itself, and she didn't have an account or an actual recording thing. That's the only reason that we have or that they have that footage is because somebody
And
used something.
and somebody said that that cameras worked, and they worked, and I'm trying to say where that information came from. They said the cameras worked because she had the camera on the front and around because she wanted to see those.
The javelinas or whatever they call them.
Yes, she wanted to watch nature and the javelinas. So it was at some point she was able to see those cameras on. She was able to see the wildlife and what was coming up or around her house and things.
So
And
there's another real quick. I'm sorry. There's another guy that I watch sometimes. He's not on that much lately because he's got he was like a medical problem that he was dealing with. But he actually used to be a bank robber back in the day. So he puts his criminal, actual 2 cents into this whole thing.
Oh yeah.
And from the get-go, he has said that it is no way that this is some random burglary gone wrong kind of thing, because statistically anytime something like that happens, if the person unfortunately passed in the process of them doing whatever they were doing, that they would destroy the evidence, right? They just put her in the shower and just leave the water running to wash away any DNA, whatever, you know what I mean? Like they would do something like that and just leave. It would be way more trouble for them to take her out of that house if they were just going in there to, you know what I mean?
That's what I believed. I thought, wow, that is an awful lot of work.
You know what would be really awesome though? My absolute 100, my number one thing that I really wish would come true is that she's alive, and then somebody took her out of there to get her somewhere
safe.
Like hiding from something.
I've heard
and that's why they want to stop talking about it. You know what I mean? They're like, stop talking about it.
They want it to die. They want it to just go away, and they want us to go on to something else.
She's in Jamaica right now. That's what I would love to hear. Like, hey,
I 110% agree with you.
I really would love that.
And I've always, go ahead.
I saw you shaking your head. Do you think that signal jammers were used?
Yes.
You do.
Because I had a friend that bought one and pushed the button, and depending on what type you buy, you can will determine the length of signal. So I'm wondering how many people on the street had issues with signal around that time.
When you were talking about it earlier, Nikki, about the light in the back, there was a neighbor like in the back that they had interviewed or something that said their dog was barking at a certain time of the night, which was so weird. And then people didn't have Wi-Fi. People, there was people that lost Wi-Fi.
And it was, why do you, okay, so, give me a clue. Now, I'm not completely illiterate and dumb, but why are you jamming? What are you jamming? Why are you jamming?
So So here's what I think, and Monk's
Okay.
Intrigue did a great video on this, and then we did a piece that followed up on it.
Okay.
So in theory, let's think about this. Let's think that there's maybe not 2 cars on the scene, okay, but there's 1 car on the scene. There's 2 people there at least, okay. The car has a signal or a Wi-Fi jammer in it, or the guy has it in his backpack. I don't think he has it in his backpack, but I think it's in the car. Okay.
Okay.
So, and it's been proven that a lot of the neighbors and directionally their Wi-Fi signals has gone out.
Is that the thing Tucson walked up to? Is that the guy in that car that noise was coming out of his phone and he was trying to hide it right at the beginning? Tucson 857 showed that. Did you see that?
I didn't see that one. I know, ma'am.
Oh,
but I know
through
that
his phone.
One of the neighbors' houses, the only signal that was jammed was the camera that was facing her house. The other ones, so it's a directional signal that it sends the jammer out. So what I think may have happened is there was a car there with a Wi-Fi jammer in it. So I do think this was more of a planned high level thing. And so a lot of people wonder, well, then why do we have the footage? Well, Ring cameras, when they go off, they go off. They don't hold any interior data.
Correct. Yeah.
Nest cameras will hold about 44 seconds of data. And then when it connects back to the Wi-Fi, its original or home Wi-Fi, it uploads that back to the cloud, whether you have a subscription or not. Mm-hmm. So she had Nest cameras, okay, or at least the front door was a Nest camera.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm. So the theory is that there was a car there with a Wi-Fi jammer. The guy goes up to the door, and so that's why he doesn't really care about that camera. That's why he's not so nonchalant, because he thinks that the car's there. It cuts the Wi-Fi. He's good. Okay, so he takes the camera off.
So why cover it?
Well, he takes it off. He's trying to take it off just in case. So he takes it off. He puts it in his backpack or his pocket. Okay. So then he thinks he's good. He thinks he has all the time in the world. He can do whatever he wants to do. Okay. So the person in that car then leaves with that Wi-Fi jammer. Okay. So now he's still on site because he stays there because he's going to clean up the scene. He stays there with that camera that he took off. And because the Wi-Fi jammer's gone, it now connects back to her Wi-Fi. And so the 44 seconds that internal data uploads back to the cloud. And so he stays there and cleans, and he thinks he's fine because he doesn't think the camera's got any internal data. So that's so either then he walks away and has somebody pick him up later, or somebody comes back and picks him up. But that's why he's there for 41 minutes, because he thinks he has all the time he needs to clean.
Do you only get signal jammers for destructive things, or do they come in handy for other things, or is it just to rob people or to jam people's stuff up so they can't, obviously use their internet or their Wi-Fi or their cameras or anything?
That's a great question, and I'm not sure about that, but we did do a piece that here recently, about a few weeks ago, there was a ring of 7 people in Southern California, all from, I think, South America, that were actually arrested that were using Wi-Fi jammers to go in and break in homes.
Mm-hmm. Was it like people have sensors back in the day, like in the 90s, where they could drive by your garage door and they had the one specific one that could open people's garage doors, and that's how they would do like home invasions and stuff back in is it similar to something like that?
Well, they just go up, and these people, I don't think it was as sophisticated, but they would have it on them and they would just hold it up, and literally you would see the signal just go out. So in theory, if this happened, then the car that had that Wi-Fi jammer in it, that possibly maybe had Nancy in it, becomes a ghost car because it jams everybody's signals around it.
So it does it so if it does it like, if it doesn't, I'm going to get this right. If it doesn't like Ghost says, and he thinks that she's gone from Arizona, so the whole time they're driving, it would jam if they were driving down the highway.
within a certain,
what?
yeah, within a certain range. Yeah.
I never knew that. I never knew that if it was in your car like that, that it could literally do that at the different ranges. I had no idea.
Yeah.
I did know that we're getting very sophisticated with these blue lights and stuff where you go to places and they know who you are and you haven't even done anything wrong, but they can spot. It's that sensor thing where they can censor who you are. They do the frame of you and all that. Have you heard of that? Those, yes, those are. We have a bunch of them here in Portland now. You know, and
so
I just thought, wow.
You can get Wi-Fi signal jammers basically, you know, from one end of the spectrum to the other. You can get them on Amazon or for a few bucks that just work a few feet, or you can get, you know, very sophisticated.
But why would you do it? You would do it to rob people? You would do it for crime?
That's the only reason I can see. I'm not sure why you would use them for any other purpose, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm just so curious about that. What would you use it for other than that, you know?
We'd have to sit there and research on why they were even incorporated or why they were made.
It gives me something else to look up and research.
Military. It was usually
it's just interesting to me that you would be able to put it in your car. And back to the Tucson thing, because I want you guys to check that out. It is on 857 Tucson, and it was at the early days. And a car came. It was, I believe, a black car, and a man pulled up, and he said to him, "What's going on here?"
I know what you're talking about. I saw that.
Yes, and he goes, and Tucson goes to the car to talk to the man.
His eyes are all big.
Yes, and he has this noise coming out of his phone.
Yeah,
and even 857 said, "What is that?" And it sounds like a scanner. It sounds like, am I close? Yeah, he said it sounded like a scanner.
And then he said something in a different language.
Yes. And he said it was so out of the ordinary, the questions. And the guy, he said, "Are you TMZ?" That's how it started. He said, "Are you TMZ?" And he said, "No, I'm 857 Tucson." And he said, "Well, can you make me famous?" That's what he said. And he came walking around his car to his driver's window, and the man either had the scanner, the phone, whatever, and he flipped it upside down because 857 marked on that. He said that. He said he flipped it upside down or something. And but that was coming out of it. He didn't know what was. He thought it was very, very strange. And
his demeanor changed too.
It was very strange. It was very strange. It was. There's no doubt about it. I mean, it was very bizarre. And,
so to me, the only two reasons for them to be in the house that long, allegedly for 41 or 42 minutes, was either they got in there and something happened and went wrong and they had to figure out, you know, they had to course correct, go a different way. One, I guess there's three possibilities to me. That, two, they're trying to make her get into some type of safe or something, or three, they think they had plenty of time, and like I said before, they were cleaning up the crime scene because we know they said it was immaculate inside.
That's what I said. I agreed that he's the cleaner. I believe that too. That guy on the porch was the cleaner, and I believe that they were already inside. And I think those little visions we saw, Skavorsky, you know, on the lamp and Ghost, we saw it on the cover of the light in the, you know, on the front porch. I think those things are very important because that could have been going on while that guy is outside, just like Adam said, and he's the cleanup guy, because I've always kind of thought that he was that one that went behind, because he could have even set the pots to hold the doors open. I think he was that guy. He was to get everything in the outside to be ready so they could bring it right on out, just like Adam said, the car at the end where the casita was, because those were doors that were propped. And the way that they were propped, I just think it was more personal than sticking a rock under it and pushing it to the side. You use pots, you use their flower pots. a little different that way. I'm a gardener. It's a little different.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When you use your personal stuff. And we're waiting for you, Adam. No problem. But yeah, it's just it's that part is bizarre to me because I believe when they did say immaculate, just like Adam said, my mom's 84, and you used to be able to eat off her floor. But she's 84. She's Nancy's age. They don't clean like that anymore because they can't bend down so good or they can't reach up here so good. So a lot of times if you don't have somebody coming in to help you keep your house neat, older people, they don't keep it so perfect anymore, you know?
Well, I mean, I don't know if she had a, you know, maybe like a once a week home health aide or something like that came by. I mean, that's actually, I'm not trying, please don't, whatever, I can say this. I work for an answering service for the Northeast.
Okay.
I answer for like medical offices and hospitals.
That's awesome.
And a lot of the accounts that I answer for are for, you know, VNA, like visiting nurses and hospice.
Yes.
And the elderly people, a lot of times it's not even elderly people. A lot of times it's somebody that just got discharged from the hospital and they've got a wound vac hooked up to them, you know, and they need somebody to come or, you know, something like that. But a lot of these also elderly people are calling, you know, and I'll answer and they'll be like, yeah, can you please tell me where my homemaker's not here? They're supposed to come over and do my laundry and, you know, go get my groceries. Blah, blah. They haven't showed up yet. And it's 4:00 in the afternoon. What's going on? You know, that's what I deal with almost on a daily basis. I just find it very strange that if, you know, they lived 15, 20 minutes away or whatever, you know, mom's independent still at 84, yet she can kind of, on her good days, she's excited about getting to the mailbox to get her mail. And just like you said, then she can't do a lot of what she probably used to be able to do, you know? So I still think that no matter what, the bottom line is, guys, no matter what, they definitely
chat to forget us.
They definitely know what, you know, they know more.
Yeah.
You know, there's a lot, there's definitely a lot more than, I mean,
more than we know.
Yeah.
More than we know. And a lot of your opinions tonight, like Ghost was just, right when he came on, he just gave some of the best. I really had to think open-mindedly, just like Adam says, and really keep that open. So I'm willing to take in everybody's information because you could be so close, you know, to what it really is. Or the guys could be close and maybe that's why they're getting chased out because somebody said something that it sat not right with no, and he said, oh no, we've got to do something about this. Or one of the neighbors said, heard something. Or I just believe that one of those gentlemen, even Patriot Pride, I think that they could have something that they're close to and they could have some knowledge, not even knowing they have the knowledge, or Ghost, or you, or me, or anybody on here have some knowledge that we don't even know that we're close to, you know.
Well, but one of the guys, sorry, Ghost, you're about to say something, man.
Could it be foreign actors too?
Say that one more time.
Foreign actors, like international crime.
I was wondering about it being and that's a great question, Adam. If you're okay to hear everything, Ghost said, could it be an international crime?
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm having some issues with StreamYard, but yeah,
no problem.
Certainly, yeah, certainly it could be. And I'm actually looking into something. We're going to do a show on once we get finished with everything we're doing right now. I mean, this could go all the way back to 9/11.
Yep, I believe it. I believe it because my mind is open. I believe it. It's everything is possible right now. Because the answers are far and few between right now. You know, none. We just know there's a lot of people that are in trouble and for nonsense, you know. And what are they close to? What are you guys close to, Adam? What are you guys close to? Somebody's close to something. I feel it. Like that's what I was telling when you were trying to come back. I was telling them, I feel like somebody has said something out there or on a show, and somebody's caught it and they're close to the truth. And I don't think that No likes that, or for whatever reason. Island Queen B could be.
That's a great point, Nikki. I mean, it's just the pure fact, in my opinion, it's not his narrative and he's not in control of it.
Okay. And it could be just that. It could be exactly what you're saying. But it's just one of those things that it really doesn't make sense. It seems like you would want to come out of your county with stars and stripes, you know, and people patting you on the back for such a great job while you were in that office and you were in that chair. But why do you want to be pushed out or people are happy that you're leaving because you're not doing what you took an oath to do? Because officers take an oath just like lawyers, judges, and everybody else, doctors. They take an oath.
I totally agree. And, you know, this may be far-fetched, but we could even be looking at a civil suit from Alex's perspective, and maybe possibly Juice as well, on what's called kidnapping by law enforcement, kidnapping by cops. Because if it was an unlawful seizure, basically, of him, because we know he said it's a direct order. Well, there's a difference in a direct order and a lawful order, right? So,
correct.
You know, and they'll get into all that, I'm sure. But
a direct order, you have to obey. There is a clause there that says obey, the word obey. And I have a problem with that because I don't think as humans, we have to obey any other human. And that really bothers me.
Yes,
Sorry, but it's in the definition of direct order. And that really sets weird with me.
Yeah, I agree.
That's why it's so important that, like, you know, like Juanita says, you know, we got to stand up for our rights and stuff. And because a lot of people don't know that you can. And that you should, you know.
And who else is going to do it?
I'll be the first to say that I get nervous even when I'm not doing anything wrong. Right. You know, if I'm driving in a car and a cop pulls me over, I'm nervous. You know, I'm like, yes sir, no sir. You know, like I'm not one of those people that whips out the car that says you can't talk to me. You know, but I know that in certain places, just like somebody on one of the streams the other night said something, and it was true. Was that, you know, it's not supposed to be, but it's almost like your rights don't really kick in until you're in court. You know what I mean? You're standing there in court and you've got a lawyer and you've got the judge and, you know, out there.
Yeah. And I was wrong. I was wrong about something, but I want it to be right. I don't want me to be right. I want what I said to be right.
Right. I know what you mean.
What I said was, I wanted them to be able to get a phenomenal civil attorney to work on this because these cases can take some time. Yeah. But then I hear from someone in Arizona that they have to finish the criminal case first before you could even go on to a civil. And the civil has to be because you plead a certain way and you're criminal.
Right.
That really bothers me because they should be so separate because one absolutely has nothing to do with the other. It's your civil liberties, you know?
Perfect example of that is O.J. Simpson case.
Yeah.
You know, he was found whatever in the criminal part of it, but in the civil part of it, they found him liable.
Yep. Yeah. Because you don't need a jury to go, everybody has to agree. It doesn't, you know, in a civil, it doesn't work that way. You know what I mean? So when they kept pointing the finger at him, the family, you know, it was him regardless. That family was going to hold him responsible no matter what because of previous actions. You know, whether Billy did or didn't, they were going to hold him responsible, you know. And that's one of those ones where you get in the courtroom and you say what you want the court to do to this person because they took your loved one. But in hindsight, you're actually just making the situation even 10 times worse, because it's your hate and your anger and your loathe that makes you want the judge to put him under the jail. And
yeah, Alicia Cam, Alicia Cam in your chat, your
I love
mod.
it.
I mentioned Ben Crump on
I know who Ben Crump
his
is.
channel the other night too. Unfortunately, he's probably a lot of money.
Yeah, but he's a smart man, boy.
Oh yeah, I mean the first time I ever got exposed to him was here in the state of Florida. Everybody remembers Trayvon Martin.
Very well.
And
Very well.
you know, I'm not gonna go on another subject too, but you know the case that just happened with the two kids at the school. You know, unfortunately, I'm not gonna get into a whole like race thing because I'm not like, I love everybody. I don't necessarily know how I feel about the sentencing, you know, if it, you know, being, you know, 30 something years or, you know, whatever. But I do think that the kid shouldn't have had a knife on him, you know, just like I think that George Zimmerman shouldn't have been following, you know, I don't care what they say about how big the kid was. He was a kid, you know. And why did he have to go after him, follow him with the gun?
Right. Why did he?
You know, why didn't they just go fisticuffs? You know,
why do these guys?
two guys?
Why do they keep doing no-knock warrants? Why do they keep? I mean, there's some real foolishness going on out there in the world in our law enforcement. And what I have said before is, it seems like things really changed when we started seeing police cars. And they didn't say to protect and serve anymore. And they took that line off of them.
Well,
it just
the thing
seems
is,
to change.
In the state of Florida, it's really messed up because there's a lady, I can't remember her name, but she's actually in prison for, I want to say like 30 something years, because she missed. She was in a domestic, you know, abusive relationship with her husband for years, and one day he was coming at her and she grabbed the gun and she shot at him. She shot him, she shot around him. She was so nervous and shoot. She went to jail and she's gonna probably spend the rest of her life in prison, unfortunately, because she didn't actually kill him, you know. And that's kind of like,
wow.
It's really messed up. I mean, there's messed up laws in a lot of different states.
She could have been gone, you know, and the judge should have seen it clearly that this lady, this had been going on for years and years. And sometimes they expect you to pick up and walk away. And it's darn hard to do when you're in an abusive relationship. It's hard to do. I've talked to people, I've helped people. It's hard. It's hard. It is a mind game. It isn't just a physical game. It's a mind game. You know.
I'm not kidding you though, Nikki. I've literally had a police officer that I knew personally from it was one of my friend's dads. He literally told me that, you know, they have the castle law kind of thing here too. But if somebody was to come into your home and you shot them, if their back is turned, you're in trouble.
Yep.
If there's any kind of chance of them, you know what I mean? If they're
that's
trying to get
law.
away or anything like that,
that's what it is.
That's illegal. And so they say, like, if you're gonna shoot somebody and you have to, you need to make sure you basically shoot them. You know, like for real.
Shoot to unalive. Shoot to unalive is what they would say.
And I'm glad I've never been in a situation like that, but it's kind of getting crazy in a way to like almost like I don't know, like I'm not going to be living here much longer, to be honest with you.
It's the world, honey. This is the part that like Adam's trying. He was really like saying when it goes back to 9/11, and I'm probably some of you you were just babies, but
I knew exactly where I was that day.
That was a United States, a war on our own turf. And it took a lot of lives. And it took, there was a lot of different things involved, different countries, people from different countries. So we started getting narrow-minded in the United States.
Yeah.
And then they started telling you, oh boy, if you have a neighbor next door and they look like they might have come from over there, maybe you should check them out. So then we started becoming narrow-minded and prejudiced against people of other nationalities and other places. Some people that had absolutely nothing to do with anything about 9/11 or anything about it. But because they look the way they look, we judge. And we call the police and we say, oh my, someone has moved in here and it's two guys and they look like they might be from this country. You might want to come check them out. We got narrow-minded. We started getting to where we weren't neighbors anymore to each other. We started looking at each other carefully up and down and making sure that you were who you thought you were or who we thought you were. Then on top of that, years went by and then we had this huge COVID situation where they tried to tell us what we couldn't do and what we could do. This country and this world has absolutely gone through the ringer. And the United States has really been upfront in that. We have hurt one another. We stopped caring about someone climbing through our neighbor's window. We stopped worrying about, and we started worrying about what was going on in people's houses. We don't care what's going on in people's houses because that's not my house. I only care if a crime is being committed to my neighbors or my friends, and I would like to assist or help if I could. But we lost that. And we lost the part where we care about the person next door. And I'm meaning it very, as the person next door. It could be a neighbor or anybody, wherever you stay or live or work or whatever. But it's just, we've lost it. And then we've gotten mental health involved in all this in so many different ways. And people that don't reach out for help and they'd rather tear up the neighborhoods or they'd rather tear up the streets and be destructive instead of coming and asking for love and help and kindness and compassion and saying, I need it. I need help. You know what I mean? So then we not only stopped loving our neighbors and watching out for them, now we're just trustful. We're just trustful of society. And then we've got the internet on top of that where people want to call us names and they want to say this and that about us and they want to defame us and say things that aren't true. And it's just absolutely disheartening that these steps have all taken place in our world and in our United States of America that I've loved my entire 57 years. And I'm very disappointed in the way that we're treating one another and the way society is being.
Miss Nikki, I lived in Virginia Beach when 9/11 happened. I lived there since I was 6 years old. My mom was stationed in Portsmouth Naval Hospital and Norfolk and Oceana Naval Station. And at the time when it happened, I was 21 years old and I was working at a florist. I was a delivery driver. It's my favorite job I've ever had, by the way. It's the best job in the world. Being a florist, delivery driver.
That is a cool job.
The greatest job ever. But the people that owned the business were from Afghanistan. And they lost their business because they were harassed by the FBI. Like weekly. Like, I'm not even joking. I remember coming to work and they were in there raiding, like looking through their flowers. Like, I mean, anybody that looked a certain way, just like you said, was harassed.
It was.
So bad. And it was very, 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 I don't know. Like, I know I talk about my mom a lot, but it's just who I am.
It's okay, honey. It's okay. You should talk about her.
So many different people, every single walks of life, no matter what color your skin is or what your beliefs are. Like, I was always, raised to just love each other and respect each other. And you never know who who could be standing next to you, or, you know, who just like you said, you know, we used to like go outside and drink from the hose, and,
Yep.
you know, and go inside when the street lights came on, and, you know, none of us, you
Yep.
know, you cared about, oh, is somebody screaming in the yard. Man, my mom used to come outside and really read us the riot act if she heard us
Yes.
screaming.
Parents
'Cause
could
it's
do
like-
that too, even if
yeah.
you weren't their kid. Parents
Exactly.
had the respect from our parents that they could come out if we were doing something wrong and say, hey, you kids, knock that off.
Yeah.
Stop
Yeah.
doing that, you know? And our
yeah.
parents could go after them and try to kill them because they said something to their child. And nowadays you say something to someone's child and they lose their minds. They lose it. And why are you talking to my child? Shouldn't be talking to my child. I can tell my child. You worry about your own children.
Right.
You know what I mean? And that's
Yeah.
not the way. We were a village. We were a village. We were a village for everyone and every walk of life and every child. And parents cared. They cared if you didn't have your shoes on and there was rocks and nails down on the ground, and they would tell you to put your shoes on and you weren't their kid. You know, it was just a different life. And the way that this has changed to be, and I'm not talking about any of you personally. Please don't ever think that, because I absolutely adore you guys. I adore the people in the chat. It's not that. It's the world. You know,
Yeah, the world's changed.
It really, and it's hard that you have to be so protective of yourself and of your older people that are in your family. It's sad that you have to call. I have to call my mom and say, hey, Mom, did you set the alarm tonight? Or, hey, Mom, everything is working fine. You know, it's disheartening that you can't just say, hey, Mom, I hope you had a great day and I hope you have a great sleep, Mom. See you in the morning. I'll talk to you then. But you have to say, did you lock the doors? Did you set your alarm? Because she's 84. So you have to remind them or talk to them about it, you know? And you didn't ever have to do that. It was always just perfect communication.
This YouTube community, Patriot Pride, and you and everybody else I'm not mentioning right now, I'm sorry. This is the closest that I've felt to that kind of feeling in a long time. Like, even though we don't really know each other, you know, but like, it's the best community. Patriot Pride's chat, your chat. You know, there's a couple other chats that I, you know, like, but it's sometimes it can be a little toxic depending on, you know, if the mods are not there or not, you know.
Right.
But honestly, I think this is like the best, you know. It's for people to get to know each other. I mean, there's people in your chat that I have emailed, you know, like we email each other now, and, you know, and like, I mean, there's somebody, one of your mods is won a contest, you know, from Adam and stuff. Like, I just feel like I'm an empathic type of person, so I'm not the person that's walking down the street and somebody's like fell down and you just keep walking, you know. Like, I'm the person, when I walk into a building and I open the door and I hold it for the person who's coming out, I don't care if it's a guy or a girl. Like, if I get to the door first, I'll hold it and let the person walk out. And what's weird is when they walk out and they just walk past you. And I'm like, okay, well, maybe they just didn't hear. Maybe they, you know, maybe that's just how they are. I don't take it personally.
You know, you said one of the best things you could ever say to me, that this is a place for community and it's a place for you to get to know each other. It had to be. I looked at YouTube, and Dee Dee can tell you, I said, I have to find my own niche. I've always been able to reinvent different situations for myself over time. But this was something I was concerned about, because there was so much spewing of negativity on here. I was scared that this wasn't going to make it, because people would have rather want drama and they rather want negativity than to be here. And for you to say that, that's one of the best compliments, because out of my whole life, People have told me I'm the best person to introduce people and make them friends. And for you to say that,
Your
it's huge
your
for me.
voice is so
Thank
awesome.
you.
Like I love listening to you talk. Last night's stream
You
was
and Adam.
amazing. Yeah. It's all right. And you know what? You're supposed to cry.
I just
You
am
know?
so, you said everything. You, in one little thing, you said who I am and who I've been my entire life. And I've always tried to make this side and this side get along. And my father's always told me, hey, Red, you can't save the world, baby, but I know you're going to try.
Right.
Because I've always been that person. So to make this a place where people can feel comfortable to come, and I won't cry every time. I'm on those darn hormone things with the cancer. I'm sorry, you guys, but that was a beautiful thing, and it's me. And
I'm just reiterating what you already do, Nikki.
just
But you
spot
don't.
on me like that was just amazing.
You already have an army of mods. So even if there are some haters that happen to come in here some nights or something, I don't think you have anything to worry about.
And it's
Hatred,
because
pride,
I
same thing.
stick up
You've
for
got enough
somebody
mods.
else. I had to realize that. You know, I'm always going to stick up for other people. I'm always going to stick up for the person that's wronged, the person that I feel is wronged. I'm just that person. I can't get rid of it, you know? Yeah. And you didn't get to see this earlier. I don't know if anybody did, but I want to keep my word. There is my baby face for my family autograph on that Thanksgiving. I told everybody that I got to go and meet him because I worked with his uncle. Nice. It was wonderful. Yeah, and then the after 7, they're just his cousins, you know, his cousins and his brother. Where'd I do? Oh, good. It's right in your hand, Nikki. And then that one too, baby. And that was all on one Thanksgiving, just because I bothered my coworker. Well, he ended up being such a great friend, but I just thought it was so cool that he was his uncle, you know, or their uncle. So, and he just, we got along so well. So it was nice of him to let us do that. But I was going to say one thing off of what you're saying, my darling. And this is seriousness for me as a person, as a human, because I generally do love everything. And it doesn't matter where you come from. It doesn't matter if you come from money, you don't come from money. You come from here, you come from there. It doesn't matter because everyone has something to teach you. Everyone has something to offer. That's my whole unjust part of this, is because those people all had something to offer us, offer the world. And that's why I had to make that point about them. That's why I have to make it about everyone else as many times as I can. Because if you guys end up making some of the bestest friends in here because you click, thank you. That's all. That's the best.
My power just went out.
I wondered what just happened to you.
Literally, it was like boom, and then it came back on.
Wondered, I just saw that down there, and I was like, oh, wow, let me click her back on and make sure, come back in and make sure it's all good. But yeah, and we see you, Fat Redial. I think it's so wonderful that you've been in here, honey. And Juanita, I know you're in here too, because I've seen your name, people have been popping your name up in there.
Is Juanita going to come up on the panel?
I was wondering if she was going to, and I even offered Fat Redial if he would love to come up. I'd be honored. Oh, Fat Redial said she's always been my favorite caller when she called in. Oh, thanks. Thanks. Thank you.
Hey,
what
Nikki?
A compliment. You got some beautiful music out there for everyone. Yeah. Anything goes.
Is there anyone that wants to come on? I can leave if there's not enough space.
I'm trying to offer anybody that wants to come on up. Come on, you guys. It's me. It's Adam. Come on. Please. It's easy, guys. I told you guys you can start here so you can get used to wanting to go to other places. Well, it's really good. We don't bite. You know, we don't bite, you guys, and I'd love to have any of you up here. But off of what you were saying, my darling, I wanted to say to you that I love that you love everyone, and I love that you were taught that. But there's a lot of people in the world that weren't taught that, and there is still prejudice in this world, and unfortunately it infiltrates schools, groups, clubs, bars, stores. It's still there, sweetheart. It's still there. And if people started thinking a lot like you, things would get better. But unfortunately, we still have people that hate just to hate, honey. And it's because they hate for things that they don't understand or know. And it's things that they don't want to understand or know, like Adam said, with an open mind. They don't want to learn from others, you know? And it's a lot of times from where you come from and how you were raised, you know? So,
What happened?
power. Probably her power again.
Yeah,
No, sorry.
Oh, no,
Okay.
you're all right. But I just wanted you to know that, you know, and I want to show you something real quick. Something up on my wall. I'm going to grab it down. It was one of my husband's.
I just got an email that I'm pretty sure was a scam too at the same time. It said your social security statement is now available.
Oh, those have been going around, honey. That is a scam. So this was one of my husband's very favorite pictures on the wall. And I don't know if you can see it. This is Mexico City. And this is when they won the first race in the Olympics. This was the very first black team. And they didn't want them to race.
You talk about Jesse Owens?
No, it was before his time, honey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And this to my husband meant equality. It meant equality to him. It meant that they were on the equal playing field now in sports, in possibly business, but they still needed to work on social. They still need to work on each other and bringing that to light and bringing all the differences to everyone's, you know, to everyone and letting them see it, you know? But this to him was so important because they didn't want him to race. They didn't want them to have or be in the Olympics. So this to me is a huge equality. And for coming out of his mouth and the way he explained it to me, it is. And I understand. And I might not have understood in my 20s or 20 years old. But boy, at 57, I get it loud and clear. And I see what the graphics are in the world and what we need to fix about that. And it's all we need to fix is just each other and our minds. That's all. And I just really wanted to show you that because when it comes to the Constitution and equal rights for Alex and Juice and all that, it starts. And if no one stands up, and I'm sorry it's Alex, but if no one stands up, nothing changes. And we don't change the equality in the world. We don't all end up on the even playing field. That's all. So I just wanted to show that because it is so important. And it does mean so much for our racial divide and our racial equality for everyone. So.
And unfortunately, Pima County has a history of that, and that's what's so unfortunate. And that's the wool's gonna be pulled off the eyes of that real soon. And I think people are that's gonna be revealed, and they're doing some things that are just unbelievable. And you know, there's two instances, and again, I don't want to really get into all that because
no,
they're handling that all in the back, the backstage, I guess.
And I'm proud of them for raising that money.
Certainly, that was awesome. But here's the thing: if a law enforcement official enforces an illegitimate law. So if it's not a law and they enforce it,
Mhm.
they can also be held civilly, independently. So they can personally be held civilly, as well
Mhm.
as KVOA. If they've doctored a video, or if they've allowed a doctored video, whether they doctored it or not, it's their responsibility. So they take culpability of that video if they play it. So there are two more, defamation suits or civil suits that you'd say. So they've got a lot of stuff going on, and it's just unfortunate that whole county
So
has been
unfortunate.
that way for years, and nobody's ever done anything about it. And people, that's not the goal that people want to do, but it's time for people to have a voice, and it's time for people, people's
Equality.
rights to be exactly. It's time for people to be able to use their rights, and enforce their rights. And like you said, nobody wants to pull any type of racial cards, but the truth is the truth.
No.
The facts are the
Yeah.
facts.
That's
And if you
what's
look
so
at the
sad.
history, you look at the history, Miss Juanita, Juice, Alex, there, and there's a lot of stuff going back that they called ICE officials on people that they pulled over, and immediately after they get pulled over, the ICE officials come. So they've got a history that goes back that's so unfortunate, and I think people are about to really see through that.
Guys, here in Orlando, all right, I'm a musician too. I play drums and guitar and all that. And my band, we were a two-piece, and we played our first show at this place called Uncle Lou's here in Orlando. Uncle Lou's is like this hole in the wall like venue where this guy Lou, who's from Jamaica, he's been living here for 30 years, and he ran that place. And it was like the CBGBs of Orlando, like he let anybody come and play. I mean, I'm not kidding. Like anybody could come play here. And here's the thing. He didn't have a liquor's license. But he wasn't
a juke joint.
He was one of those guys that would go and buy cases of beer at Costco, and bring it in and then sell it for like $2 at his little, whatever, his little crappy little bar. But he had this whole area.
It's called bootlegging, Sikorsky.
Yeah.
That's what
He had a whole area though where everybody would just come, and anybody and their brother could come play music there. And like, if you just got started out, he'd like, yeah, come play. He would post dates on Facebook, say, I've got all these dates available. Kids would go play with their bands and jam and practice and all that stuff. Anyway, about 2 weeks ago, somebody called on him. And ICE showed up and picked him up. They shipped him to a detention center. The community, the musicians and the comedians and all these people in Orlando came together, and they raised all this money, and they got our state representative involved and all this stuff. And unfortunately, his lawyer instructed him to stop fighting it because it was better for him to just go back to Jamaica and get himself back on his feet there and get, officially, legally, all his paperwork. And then if he wanted to come back, he could. But it's all gone. It's an whole era, like 25 years. That place.
Can I ask you something? Did he run out of money? I'm not trying to be funny.
No, he didn't run out of money.
I'm from Jamaica.
No,
because the lawyer said he doesn't want to fight it and stuff. Generally, they don't. If it's one of those, they don't have enough money for them.
No,
give in.
The community raised a lot of money for him, and
it covered everything.
Oh yeah, but
good.
There was, he unfortunately he was technically, I guess you could say, illegally here. Which I still don't even agree with that terminology sometimes. Like, I really think it's case by case basis, in my opinion. Like, and I think that's what the problem is too, is like everybody's just so, it's this way or that way. And it's not, because.
And I think that's what it is in this situation. This case is like that. It's this way or that way. And we're that way. They're this way. Because they know what's going on and they're not telling us, so we're that way. Really. It's off of what you're saying. They're this way. We're that way. because they don't want to give us any information unless we find the information ourselves, you know, or the streamers find the information. You know, this has been a community effort, you know, just like you guys helping him. It's been a community effort here, you know, with all of us coming together, like Adam said, and trying to figure out what we think and what we feel about this, you know.
We had a very interesting call the other night, and
there,
one that I
buddy?
could. We had a very interesting call the other night, one that I could, you know, relate with. We had a person that got very upset, and she posted. She said, "They're not fighting for our rights. My nephew, who passed away, is who was fighting for our rights." Well, she was talking about somebody else. She was talking about her nephew, and so I just kind of let her talk, and she's like, "That's who fought for our rights and died for our rights. Those guys out there in Arizona is not doing that." And so I stopped everything and I said, "Please give me a call." I said, "Let's call in and talk about this."
Mm-hmm.
So she called in and she was really upset. And so I just listened to her and I said, "Listen," I said, "if anybody can relate to what you're saying, I can." I said, "If anybody knows the price of freedom, it's me, right? It's us, she and I." I said, "But let me explain something to you." And Mike was here as well. And I said, "Just listen to me for a second." I said, "Yes, our men and women are over there every day fighting for our rights, right? And unfortunately, they're losing their lives, right? But if we don't exercise those rights here, then why are they doing that for us there? Why are we having men and women die in vain if we're not exercising or being able to exercise those rights while we're here?" So, and we explained that to her, and it totally shifted in her mind. And she's like, "You know what? You're right." She's like, "They're doing that so that we can exercise those rights here." So, you know, by those guys going out there doing what they're doing, they're just exercising their rights, and they want to scare them. They want to lead by fear so that they don't exercise those rights. So I'm proud of what they're doing, and you know, I hate that they're going through it, but I'm proud of it.
Me too, and me too. And to add on to that, you are exactly right. They are doing that because, unfortunately, if you don't, then who's going to? You know what I mean? We're all here supporting in our own way, in our own places. But these guys are literally the boots on the ground. They are literally taking those chances. And with Alex, we all know this gentleman's personality. We all know. We've gotten to know who Alex is. And Alex is that person that, to me, he fed them. He fed them. He gave them, he was fishing that day. He was literally fishing that day to see if all the things he said would come back. And he knew when he put it out there that they would. He knew it. It didn't mean that he wanted them to do that to him and manhandle him and all that. That's not what he wanted. But he wanted to know that they really were listening to him. They really were taking notes off of what these streamers were saying. So he pushed the envelope, and he pushed it far enough to where it got noticed because he knew that they were listening to everything he was saying. You know what I mean? Because of her coming out, repeating a lot of the stuff, and he said, "Keep talking." He even said that out loud on his stream while she was over there on the phone calling on him, the neighbor. And he said, "Keep talking," because she started talking about everything that was destructive down below. And she was giving the information that he always wanted to know. They always wanted to know who did that to them. They just had assumptions, but never proof. And when she was admitting it to him, he knew. But he knew that he had already fed it, and he already knew he had cast the pole out there. So he didn't know what Pima was going to do. Alex was taking that chance because he really didn't know what Pima was going to do. You know, he didn't know that they were going to come in, because at first, when they first came out the first time, they talked to him like a gentleman to a gentleman. And so he thought you know, they're going to, if they come out or she calls on them, they're going to come out and talk to me as, you know, like before. He didn't think that they were going to come and grab him from the chair and all that. He didn't assume that. He assumed that it was going to be like the first deputy, that he was going to talk with dignity and respect. And so Alex talked to dignity and with dignity and respect back, because that's how the sheriff came at him. When you approach things, and I've said this before in so many different realms of life, when you approach things at different times and different levels, like Adam did with this lady, you get, like my mother said, you definitely get more bees with honey than you do with anything else. But it's, you don't have to feel insulted in the meantime from the person if they've crossed those lines. But you can always bring a person back to some kind of normalcy where you can have a conversation and they understand and you understand. And I love that in you, Adam. And I love that you turned that lady around, because my flag sits right back here and you know that. And I think people with folded flags really get it. They really get it. They really get the bloodshed. You know, they really get the bloodshed. And I think, oh, go. You go.
No, I'm sorry. I'm just going to say the unfortunate thing that I think people don't understand, again, because they don't want to take it to that level in their mind, is if we let them to take one right away, then it's almost like they're seeing what all they can take away.
Then
so
they'll
if they
take
take
10
one
away.
thing away, they're going to take another thing away.
Yep.
And that's why we can't let them take our rights away.
You guys see this right here? You see this?
Yes, I see yours, baby.
This was folded at my mom's funeral in Arlington. This is the only thing that I care about, period. In my house, knock on wood, God save me. If my house was to burn down, this is the only thing.
That's what you would grab. Yep.
Period.
Yep. My father's not at Arlington, but he's at Willamette National Cemetery here, which is very lovely and beautiful.
Hey, that's fine. My mom didn't think she deserved to be buried in Arlington. So
hey, your mom deserved a lot, and a lot of our ancestors, they deserved the best. They also took an oath, you know. And I was telling about a friend the other day that he went into the Army and did everything they asked of him, and he was great. But that was when anthrax was out, and they had to take supposedly the antidote, and they gave it to all of the soldiers, and he had a reaction. And he had to be life flighted to Germany, to this hospital in Germany. And we almost lost him over 2.5 months he was there. And God love him. He's a kid that I grew up with, and his sister was in my wedding. And it's just, you know, but I can't imagine, because the government needs you to do it. See, like Adam's trying to explain, and you got it. Adam's trying to explain to people that when you sign up for Uncle Sam, you really signed up. If anything, they want you to test anything, take anything. You're their guinea. You're their guinea pig. That's who you become, because you're out there fighting, but you're also the one that has to make sure that we're protected in the States. And so unfortunately, they use you for all of that. And they used my friend, and luckily he didn't pass, and he survived. But that's what he's trying to explain to a lot of people in the world, that patriot pride is pride because of everything they put those people through. And I mean everything. And and that's just, and God love John, because he's here with us and he's a wonderful guy, and I just love him, and I love the family so much. But it's definitely, they try everything on us, and they did that with Ryan. When Ryan was there, they do it to all of our soldiers, you know. They're there for those reasons. And they know that. And it's unfortunate that they have to go to such lengths to protect us. But that just gives people a little bit of insight on other things that happen to soldiers out there. And it's not just with a gun. Literally. Not figuratively, but literally. They have to test different things for us too. And anthrax was very high then, and people were getting in a lot of envelopes and in their mailboxes, and it was bad news. And they were trying to take us out chemically, you know.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that people wouldn't believe, Nikki, that you probably know about and I know about. Yeah.
It's just really the in-depths that people go for to save us is so admirable. How can you not honor that? How can you not honor the flag of where your feet stand? Because those people do everything in their power to make that flag mean something to all of us. You know, people carry around all the different flags of their countries because of pride. And that's why Patriot does it, to show us that there can be pride in what we believe in here in the United States. And there can be pride in that flag. And I didn't mean to not that, but I just
actually lost a friend. Not like lost that way, but I lost a friend that I've known for a couple of years because she stopped talking to me because we got into an argument about some post that she put up on social media. And I made a comment and was like, hey, you know, like, it's kind of offensive. You know, it was like an image that she had, and it was like it was an American flag, and there was somebody laying on it, and they were burning it and stuff like that. And and it was political stuff, you know, like, I'm not getting into politics on the stream, but just that to me, maybe I'm biased or whatever a little bit more because my mom was in the military for 20 years and did all this stuff.
It means something. It means something to you, honey. That's
like Adam's representation of it's not only just a representation of the country and the glory and all that stuff, but that's the only thing I have of my mom, period. That's my mom, basically. You know, that's like proof that she lived, that she was here, that she existed, you know? And so for somebody to desecrate it, I just want to be like, well, then why don't you just not be here then? Why don't you leave this country then and go live where you feel like you can go burn a flag, you know? Or
they do a lot of it here, honey, down in front of the building. We have one older man and people bring him flags to burn. And it is disgusting. And he's probably, I think he's 78. I think I heard that, 78. And that's his thing. And every single time he does it, I shed a tear. Every single time. And it's not on purpose. I think I'm shedding a tear because I understand the plight of why the flag is here, why we honor it, why we are grateful. And those people aren't, and it just absolutely infuriates me. I won't go and deal with it because I figure I've already taken on enough here with the nooses and all that. So I'm already in trouble with people here over that. So I'm just, it's very disgusting and very hurtful to a lot of people.
You know what punishment some other countries have.
Oh yes. You
for
bet.
burning a flag, don't you?
You bet I do.
So I mean, you know, it goes back to is that a First Amendment right? You know, I mean, there's always things that we're gonna debate back and forth. So yeah. I mean,
always and forever.
I'll say this real quick, and then I'm not gonna say anymore.
No problem.
My best friend, who I'm actually moving in with in a couple months. I'm trying not to get upset.
Okay.
You're good.
You're very good, honey.
Her brother was 19 and he went over to Afghanistan, and he was in the Marines. His name is Lance Corporal Cody S. Childers. His mom is Gold Star Mom. She has a nonprofit in Virginia Beach, by the way, Adam. And he was taken from us a couple months before my mom passed. And my mom she's known my friend that I've known since I was a kid, you know, and it was her little brother. And I remember calling my mom and telling her, and my mom was so upset, like she was crying and stuff, because she just kept saying like she wished that she wasn't retired, and she wished that she was back in, you know, whatever, because she was a corpsman, and that's, she went with the Marines, you know, she was their doc and stuff. And anyway, when he was buried in Arlington, a bunch of people tried to protest and holding up signs. That one church, I can't remember what they're called, but they said they were saying that, like the reason why people were dying in war is because God lets, different sexuality and all that kind of stuff and whatever. And it was just totally ridiculous. And they had this memorial service. He's buried in Arlington, by the way, in Section 60 too, along with my mom. Not in Section 60, obviously, but this huge biker gang showed up, bunch of Harleys, and they just stood there and they just revved their engines the entire time while those people were trying to like chant things and yell things and stuff. Just drowned them out with their Harley motorcycle engines. It was beautiful. It was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Freedom Riders.
It sure is. It sure is. Love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I talked about one of my favorite people on Friday, and that's one thing I always think about Medgar bringing the Freedom Riders, those college students, the Caucasian people that wanted to be part of equality, and bringing them from one state to another and jeopardizing his life continuously to make things right for people in voting rights, and every other right. And
we're supposed to have
the
love
Freedom
and
Riders.
unity and like, I hate to sound cliche and cheesy by saying this, but seriously, like, it's been like ingrained in my brain since I was a kid, watching Bambi, and Thumper.
Yeah.
And you can't say nothing nice and don't say nothing at all, and like love and why can't we all just get along? It's so much easier said than done, I know, but it's just like, seriously, what are we all really? Can we just agree to disagree about something? Oh, I don't like that color. Or I don't like that smell. Or I don't like this. Okay, fine.
I don't like to see the families that are at disarray over politics and things like that.
Yeah.
Because for years, we've been sitting at the same dinner table with different ideas for years, and it's never been a problem. So why now is it a problem? I don't understand that. So if anybody out there is fighting and arguing with their families over politics, and we're going to have different presidents as we go, guys.
Exactly.
And it's just not worth losing a family member relationship over at all. No. And I hope that people can really understand where other people in their family is coming from, and just learn to disagree and go on about your business because there's something you love and like about them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be sitting at your dinner table, right?
I like the progress that we've made in certain things, like certain aspects of technology. I mean, the fact that we're all sitting here talking right now is amazing. Is amazing. Mm-hmm. But I wish, I feel bad because I honestly feel like I was born in 80, and I feel like I'm the last of that generation that got to experience the real, going outside,
struggle,
leaving the stores, all that. I mean, I was in school one time, and my mom had to come to school for some kind of parent teacher thing or something. And she came in the classroom. She was in her uniform and everything. And the teacher had to leave the classroom for a minute. And the class, because the teacher had left, there was other parents in the room. And the class started getting out of control. And I was so embarrassed because my mom got up in front of the classroom and was like, all right, everybody. Hey. She got the class to quiet down. And then she was like, all right, now we're all going to. And when the teacher came back in, the entire class was singing Christmas carols, and it was so embarrassing. I was like, oh my God.
I love it. That's the best.
But just a simpler time of just caring about your brothers and sisters.
And you just keep hanging on to those memories, sweetheart. You have some great memories. So you don't have just the flag, honey. You have your memories inside of here. I mean, I actually have one of my mom's journals too, to be honest with you, but I don't really like to read it that much because you don't have to.
She had a lot of stuff to say in it, so.
You have it. And that's just what I want you to know, that you have these great memories and you have to hang on to those, honey.
I'm I'm writing a book about her right now, actually. So
how could you honor her any better? My goodness, a book?
yeah, and then I'm in the process right now. I'm like, haven't really said anything to a lot of people, but I'm in the process of I'm working with some of the people at Arlington right now, and also the Coast Guard and the Navy.
Wonderful. My grandfather was Coast Guard.
They
Yay!
They have a memorial right at the entrance of when you're coming into Arlington, and it's for women of aviation. And my mom, we're working to get my mom's name engraved on that memorial because, like I've said it before, but my mom still holds the record for having the most rescue awards from Sikorsky Helicopter Company. Like still to this day, nobody's gotten that many. She got 23 of them in basically a year and a half, if I think, just back to back. And it wasn't even. The thing is she was in the Navy when she did it, but she was flying, volunteering with this Coast Guard crew while she was in the Navy because they weren't doing anything like that in the Navy at the time. My mom went in like 1973. So, and then she was just like, all right, let's go. I'm going to go jump out of helicopters on a line and rescue people. And she came up with all these different rescue techniques that they still use today. And
that is so cool. That is so cool. Look at that. I mean, wow. Your mom, like Adam said, your mom was BA, and she was a badass woman.
Yeah,
and the unfortunate
pain in the ass too, but you know.
You're so cute.
The unfortunate thing, guys, is that people can't relate if they're not in it. They can't relate to a husband or a wife leaving their family for months or years on end and them having to struggle and figure out how to pay bills. And they can't relate to when a 19-year-old goes out and he's counting the days, the weeks or the Fridays down until he can come back home. People can't relate to that unless they're inside of it. And so I just wish there was some way.
Some of these people coming back and standing in corners because the PTSD is so bad. Sometimes you see the military gentlemen that are coming back, they have PTSD that they literally will find a corner that doesn't bother them. Some of this stuff is exactly what Adam's saying. It is the most for what
they don't get any, and they don't get any support.
Nope. That's why my mom's not here now.
Where's our VA hospitals? Come on. I mean, we've got to up some of this stuff for the people that have really done the jobs for us so we can be here. You know? It's a true thing. You know, I just wish that everyone felt that way. And I think all of you that are here right now have compassion and love for exactly what we've been talking about tonight. And we've moved around a little bit. But the things that we've moved around to was things that we wanted to get off our chest. And I think this was a wonderful thing tonight for a lot of people, and even just the listeners. I think you got to know a lot of us just a little bit better, maybe, and how we feel about all of you, and how we feel about this community. You know, that it is this community. And Ghost, you are just, I love your demeanor. You talk when you want to, need to talk. And then you're quiet. That's how my husband was. He was such a good listener. He was so phenomenal at it. And he always said, babe, I'm so glad I got you because you keep the conversations going. Because if I had another introvert, we'd have some trouble. He said no one would ever say anything. I said, yeah.
I'm sorry if I've been yapping too much tonight, y'all.
You've done exactly what I expected this to do. I expected everybody to come out and just get used to it, and me to try it.
I'm used to it.
Well, I mean,
you can ask Adam. I'll talk.
Having this on here is it's phenomenal, and I know why all the guys like it, because they really get to know people and what they're, when they bring themselves on. I think it's cool. I think it's really cool I think this is really a cool space.
Well, Nikki, I just want to say, like I said, I just wanted to come in and show you some love, and I want to tell you how proud of you I am. You are an amazing woman, and I hope you keep that energy up, because a lot of us look up to you for that, and you brighten our day. So you keep being who you are. And I thought my chat was good, but this is your chat is amazing. You've got the all-star of mods, and so I'm so proud of you, and look forward to hopefully doing a lot more with you, and you
I
keep
would
doing
love
what you're doing and being who
I
you
would
are.
love it. I would
You
love
gotta
it.
bring
And
Mike
that
over with you
means,
too, Adam.
it means so much. You don't,
Well,
no BS. You know, I'm that person. I take everything in, and I wear everything right here. So you get what you know, you get what you see is what I am, you know, not too much in the closet. You know, I pretty much put it out there for people, you know, because I want you to know who I am, and not a fake person, or somebody that's an AKA or has a different, I just want to be Nikki, you know. I've done that too many years with the AKAs and all that, and had abbreviations and different names, and I just wanted to come on and be me. And I didn't want to bring all my Facebook crew and my Instagram and I didn't want to bring that. I wanted to start fresh with people that didn't know me, and see if I could pull this off, if I could do something good with YouTube.
well, you've done a great job, and it's been an honor to be on here with you guys. And if you need anything at all, Nikki, that we can help you with, you just let me know, okay?
And shout out to Mike too, honey. And shout out to your family. And God love Ryan all day, every day. And
Thank you so much. Thank y'all so much.
All of you, Ghost, you are just, for you to come on and be the first person, I'm so honored, and I told you that. I meant that. And I hope that
He beat me because I was on a phone with somebody. Otherwise, I would have been on here.
I hope that you stay and we keep being friends, Ghost, and we can keep collaborating and talking, because I like you a lot. And I like your demeanor, and I meant that when I said it. You're the opposite of me. Adam's the opposite of me. And I love that. That's my attraction. I attract to people that are opposite than me, obviously. So I really admire both of you. And thank you for being here with me. You little comedian and smart thing you are. And you are just a love. And I am your Aunt Nikki. And you've always got me. And you can always hit me up for anything. And you can talk to me till you're blue in the face, and I'm here for you, and I love you, and I love your personality, and I think you're honoring your mother, and don't let anybody stop you. It's the best thing you can do. She brought you here.
I haven't put it up yet. I'm working on it. I'm gonna probably be done with it tonight. But I actually made a song about my mom. I wrote the lyrics, but I did make it in a program, kind of like, you know.
Good.
So
and you're gonna put it out tonight?
I think it's gonna be out tonight. But okay. I mean, I've got, like, I think I'm almost up to like 100 subs right now. But I know that I made a short last night that I did praising Patriot, and I don't even know how, but I got like 1,000 views on that short, which is crazy.
That's because you went public. Anytime you go public on stuff, sweetheart, it doesn't matter how many subs you have. It's who's interested in seeing what you did. And they stop in by to see it. It was great. That is so great.
I'm gonna be putting a lot more stuff on my channel, because I'm gonna have like stuff that's, you know, just like stories about my mom, and then I'm gonna have like some other stuff. But eventually I would love to even have, you know, like maybe get like a side-by-side thing going one night with you or something here and there, you know, like that'd be
anything. Great. That's nothing. Anything. I'm Aunt Nikki, remember? Anything. Yes. I love you all.
Look,
I love you all. Oh, it sure is. And it is Christopher Cross. Wow. I love that. you know, that is like
One
sailing.
of my favorite songs ever. Yeah.
I could sail away, I'll tell you that. I absolutely love you all that's been in this chat. I've tried to pay attention. I'm still learning, so I've probably missed quite a bit. Jenny from the block, Inspect the Deck, Brenda Walsh, Christy, Harry, you were up there, I think. Bruce, thank you, honey. 101 SB, you said some really good things tonight. I kept peeking over, and you had some really good points, honey. Juanita, we wanted you to come on with us. You're going to have to do it next time, my darling. And I love the picture of you on your thing, Juanita. I think it's beautiful. And I love your gray silver hair. I love it. I love each and every one of you. And I don't know how you're going to change it. It's going to be tough to change that. Ghost, I don't know if you're going to be able to change me liking you, man. I don't know if you're going to be able to do that. You know, I don't know. Adam, you already know. And please tell Mike, please tell him that I send my love. And
I will. Thank you so much. I'm going to jump off, guys. Thank y'all so much.
And
Thank you.
Dee Dee,
Good night, everybody.
you're wonderful.
Have a great
Mustang. Love you. Just Jaylene, thank you, honey. Lisa Marie, thank you. Truth Warrior, thank you. Tad, thank you. You guys can take yourselves off, Ghost, whenever you want to, my darling, or you can stay till the very end. I'm just going to thank as many people as I can. Garden State, whatever you want to do, my darling. Thank you for being there. Say goodbye to Ghost. Oh, until we see him next time, because I like him and I want to collaborate with him more often. And this was such a great run to do this. It was such a great night to try this, you know, and thank you.
Have a good night, Nikki.
You too, my sweet. You have a great, great night. Sleep well. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Thank you. And Mel, thank you. Alicia, thank you, honey. Janice, thank you, sweetheart. Bruce, I think I thanked you, but I just want to do it again. Thank you. Mustang. Yeah, John Boy. Good night, John Boy. We like to do that. Where's Juanita? There. We need Juanita to say good night, John Boy, too. Oh, Alicia, thank you. Truth Warrior, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And I saw Trav, I think, in her earlier. Thank you, Trav. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, couple. Thank you. Inspect the Deck. Thank you. There you are, Trav. Thank you. Yes, Criminal Couple. Please go check out anybody and everybody. Skvorsky, I'm going to go and I'm going to sub. I'm going to sub for everyone. Adam is saying thanks to everyone. If anybody can see it. Inner Strength, you know I love you. I just think you're great. Ghost, thank you. You are so nice, Ghost. Oh, Fat Redial, you've got to come in sometime. I think your songs are so cool, man. Jenny from the block, I pray for you, and I prayed for your daddy, honey. It was Jenny's dad, right? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because I prayed. Oh, thank you, guys. Lisa Marie, thank you, honey. Thank you. Thank you all. Thanks. Thank you. Really worked out very nice. Dee Dee, you get a very special thank you. I put you on stage. I hope it's okay for me. You really deserve it. You do a lot of this. You really help a lot of people, sweetheart. And for you to take me on was wonderful. And I appreciate you, and I'm so grateful to you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And with the blue, does that mean they're mods?
Yes.
What does it mean when they have the blue writing, Dee? Yay! Yeah. Oh, thank you, guys. Thank you. Oh, thank you all. Thank you for helping me. Thank you, guys. Thank you for helping me. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. Thanks. You got the chats back. Thank you so much. Yes, Dee Dee is amazing. Oh, thank you, Mustang. Thank you guys for taking this on. I hope it's not going to be too difficult for you guys and you guys get to enjoy yourselves a little more. Thank you. Thank you for doing it. Dee, love you. Love you, Dee. Oh, Psychic Writer, yes. Good night, honey. Good night, Patriot Pride. Mike sounds like a robot. Dee Dee was a robot for 5 seconds, Ghost. Thanks, Mustang. Oh, thank you. Thank you, everybody. Oh, Debria. Hi, honey. Oh, thank you. Nice to see your name there. Nice to see that. Love to see the familiar people. I'm so grateful. Christy, hi, honey. And oh, you make my day, Christy. Thank you. Just Jaylene, thank you, sweetheart. You guys are awesome. Karorsky. Oh, I don't know why. Hey, Truth Warrior. Do you have Skorsky blocked by chance? Possibly, maybe. Tad, thank you. Thank you for being here. You're welcome, honey, for the stories. I hope they were okay. I was so excited about being on here. I mean, my adrenaline was just going. I was just so happy. Oh, MSSTV, thank you. Thank you. Good night to everyone. And thank you, mods. Thank you. What a night. What an experience. This is stepping stones for me. So I am experiencing some really cool things in my 57 years of age. And I'm going to be exactly what you guys think. I'm going to be the person that you know and the person that keeps it 100 the best she can. Good night. I don't have a clapping machine, but I can just clap for all of you for being here with me. I'm grateful. I'm grateful. You know what this means. It's my love to you guys, always and forever. Have a great night. I hope to see you guys on Tuesday. Maybe I'll see you before that. And because I'm going to go hang out at Mods tomorrow with Brenda Walsh. And so if you guys want to go over there and check it out, thank you. Thank you, Adam. And yes, you're and Nikki, honey. And love y'all. Have a best wonderful night. And happy Father's Day to any of the fathers still celebrating right now. God love all of you for being in your children's lives. Thank you for doing that. It's a blessing. And you'll love it later on when they bless you with your grandchildren.